Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Hello, everybody. I know it seems like I was never coming, that music was playing forever, but I was here. It's no such thing as waiting till everybody come in because we're here. And be sure that you hit the like button. Let's see how many likes do we have. For some reason, I can't see that. I have something down at the bottom that's keeping me from seeing my likes. So let me close all this other stuff out and maybe it'll go away. And I can see. No, I can't see. I think I did so good I came outside of my YouTube. I tell y'all, sometimes getting started is the hardest thing for me to do. Once I get started, I may be okay. But getting started is really something. Okay. I'm there, but I just can't see the bottom of my screen. There we go. Oh, we got the likes. We all right. Tonight, I kind of want to talk about something, the YouTube experience. It's basically my YouTube experience. But oftentimes people will ask about YouTube. What do they need to do? How do you start a YouTube page? Does it cost anything? And I don't know if you all noticed the sign that I have on the thumbnail, but it says everything comes with a price. Success or failure. It's up to you to decide which one you want to pay for. And that's the truth. And I'm just paraphrasing. I want to say greetings to Madria. Greetings, Asatar, Ryan, Phyllis, Regina M. Y'all give me one moment. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Yeah, so basically what I was saying is a lot of people want to know about a YouTube page, and how do you start a YouTube page and what do you do and what does it take to have a YouTube page? I can tell you that having a YouTube page is nothing like I envisioned it before I ever came on to do YouTube. In my mind, it's just that you come on and you talk and people listen. And if they like what you're saying, they'll donate. If they don't, they don't. Or whatever reason they don't, they don't. But you can have an extra stream of income. That's one way. You can tell your story, a story that maybe somebody needs to hear. Maybe something that you've gone through or you're going through, and somebody may be going through it. I got all of that inspiration from when we all came together as a sector. I guess anywhere you go into YouTube, you're going to be placed in some type of what you call sector. because it's too many different varieties of what you choose, of what you want your subject matter to be. And so that's pretty much is going to be determined where you're going to come into YouTube at, is whatever you're saying that your subject is and what you're going to be talking about or what you're going to be doing on YouTube. Because some people don't say anything. Some of them just, show videos or show beautiful pictures with music playing in the background. Some of them just do quotes and puts up, words with music and some without. So you can find a variety of things. It's according to what you want to do as an individual. What I would suggest that people do is don't do what I did and just take for granted that you're just going to come on YouTube and you're just going to talk and you're just going to push this button and everything is going to be beautiful, whether you're going to make videos or whether you choose to go live. Because when my original concept, when I first thought about going on YouTube, was to do videos. But then I, found out that you can actually go live. And then I invested in what you call StreamYard is what I use. There are other streaming platforms that you can use. I'm not tech savvy, and so I don't know a lot about the computer, and I didn't try to learn any more than what I know. I just know it's very simple. I did invest in things that I don't even use. I invest in microphone with the camera, with the ring, and all that, and I didn't need any of that. So I would suggest to anybody before you start investing, trying to have a studio, before you want to sweep the people off their feet with your background, I think first you should get you and your subject matter and your format down. And I think that you should do research. I'm a firm believer in research. Research is having a starting point, because you got to have a starting point of anything, bringing it to where you are today. So you start today and you would go back. With YouTube, they have a plethora of information that you can be actually a successful YouTuber if you choose to follow the path that they laid for you. They even have like a school where you can go and take different classes on different things to help make your experience on YouTube be a great one. I found that being on YouTube is nothing like what they suggest that we should do. It's nothing like what I thought it would be. I didn't know that there was people that come to visit your channel in hopes that they get a wrench. I didn't even know what a wrench was. In almost every platform I visited, someone would give me, I would turn blue and there was a little wrench by my name. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what to do with it. You can read up on what that wrench means and what it means to be a moderator. And the way that YouTube explains being a moderator is nothing like I've seen people with different platforms handle being a moderator. I never knew that you charge people to give them a wrench. But I do know this. When you come to YouTube, you come, if you're coming for the purposes of another stream of income or your only stream of income, then you're coming as a business. And if you don't have a business plan, even for YouTube, then your business may not be as successful as you hope it to be. I think one of the problems we have in our community, no matter what it is and what we do, we always have to add our touch to it. Our touch is actually connotative language, because we call it in our neighborhoods niggerigging. And you never do anything by the rules. You always got to put some little way that we got to do it a little different than what it should be. And I see on YouTube you don't have to do any of that. You can follow the community guidelines, which is something that you should familiarize yourself with. The community guidelines, the copyright guidelines, the privacy guidelines. You should read those things, research. It's like homework. It's like preparing for your next big job. When you go to prepare for an interview, at least this is the way I would prepare for an interview, you learn about the company so that you would have something to speak about in the interview. It's the same way when you're self-employed. If you go into an employment without counting the cost of being in that employment, chances are great you're going to fail in that employment. And you can try all the tricks. You know, we see a lot of tricks that everyone said that, I don't know when this became a roasting sector, but that's what everybody said. Although we do know that Kwame came on roasting his peers. So if we're taking a shot or a page out of that book, then I can see where the roasting would come in. But we've so far from roasting to this really disheartening. I never came in with the concept of roasting. I came in with the concept of helping. And that's what we all said, that we had this kumbaya moment and we felt good about, was all of us coming together for the greater good of our children, our communities, and each other. But when you get here on YouTube, in this section, what I found that we have no camaraderie, no collaborations where we're doing something for the greater good. We have a lot of put downs and a lot of making fun of, and a lot of purchasing subscribers and viewers and comments and things of that nature, but we don't have real engagement. And that was a little disappointing for me because I'm an engaging person. And I thought that that's what it was all about. I went to everybody's chat because I thought that's what we did. We supported each other. There was a time when people came on at different time periods out of respect for the person that chose whatever the time period that they chose. It's not that you have to have a specific time period, but when you're in business, and we're not in competition, we're in business to the public, but we all share the same audiences, then what you try to do is be available at a time when someone else is not available, so that if our audiences want to go to each one of us, then they have the right to choose. They have the right to choose if we all go on at the same time every day like the news. Because the news, they have 4 or 5 channels, and each one of them have an audience. But this didn't have the feel of that when we first came. I can't say that's the way it always been or that's the way it always is. I can't say that. But what I can say is when we first came and we all started going live, it was kind of like an agreement without the contract being written. It was more or less like what they would call in business a gentleman's agreement. And each one of us supported one another, I thought. But you come to know that there is no support from other content creators. We have support from our subscribers. And if we didn't have our subscribers, then we wouldn't have a need for a channel, because no one really supports one another. Now, I do see that we come together when we're all picking on one person, when we're degrading someone, and most of us don't even have the feelings about that person that's being degraded or being, talked about. We just kind of follow the craziness. People see things that are going on right now today that are just atrocious, to be honest. And the behavior of the adults here on YouTube, all we do is call each other names and see who could be the most obnoxious in their behavior. And what can I do now to get some attention? And it's really not necessary, because I guess if you're coming to have a show to be obnoxious, or if you want to have a circus, thank you for the Cash App. If you want to have a circus or something of that nature, I think if you want to do that, then that's beautiful. Then you should really do that. You should do that. and you should feel know nothing about doing what you're doing. But it's so much that we miss out on as a people, and we claim that they don't show us in the news. They don't feature beautiful stories in the news. They don't feature things that happen in everyday life, like, our children going to school, making great grades, moving to the next grade. Some would say they're supposed to do that. Yeah, they are. But the ones we see are the ones who probably drop out of school, are the ones who cause the problems in the school. The ones who got caught with the gun in the school. We don't ever see the one that's walking in with their instrument, going early in the morning, doing music. We don't see the kids that stay after school and practice hard to be on teams, whatever the sport may be. We don't see how a kid grows from here to there, and we don't share that either. We don't share anything positive lately. The only thing I've been seeing is this one is a itch, and that one is a witch, and this one is a slow, and this one is a Mo, and this one is Joe, and they better not say nothing to me or pull up on me, or I'm pulling up on you. I'm coming to your town and I'm going to pull up, and craziness. We've also seen videos where people actually went to someone's place where they lived, and that person, somebody, didn't get to leave because somebody was killed. It's just really sad that we have this platform and we could be talking about so much. A lot of people love to talk about Sister T, and they call them her antics. I think she just mastered the YouTube game and came up with her character, and she's in character. Because if you look at her life and look at her yard and you look at her garden and the people that it feeds, and you can see that, then, I think that people got the wrong idea. And like she said, when she played the videos of her garden, she's working out in the garden. She's telling you how to plant. She's telling you the different types of dirt and mulch to use. Nobody wants to chime in. So it's real hard to be able to help a people who don't want to help themselves, that won't support you and cheer you on when you're trying to give them something that could possibly be life-sustaining. It could possibly be very helpful. And if not for you, the individual, maybe it's something you can learn to share with someone that that may be going through something or going through things. But who wants to hear that conversation? And then people say, well, we don't come there for that. We come here for entertainment. What is entertainment? What do we consider as entertainment as a people? Because we say that Black Lives Matter. We say we don't like the way we get treated. We say if that would have been a black person, they would have done this. And if that would have been a black, they wouldn't have never done. But we get on here and we do the same thing. So what do we call it? I don't know what we call it. Somebody help me out here. And Phyllis said, so, okay, you can just follow the recipe as the recipe calls for if you want your product to be what you want it to be. And that's what you have to do. So for those who want to know, what do I do? How do I get a YouTube page? You just go and sign up. And then you have a plan of action. And if you have a plan of action for yourself, don't get deterred from your plan. Do what you do. What I've learned in this YouTube game, and that's what I call it, a game, because this is the way these people play, as if it's a game, is that you be true to yourself and be true to the people that come to see you. And don't get off into this other stuff. Now, I am one who will defend myself against anything anybody say against me. I will do that, but I choose how I do it. And it's not a everyday, let me beat you down, let me beat you up thing. I'm going to say what I have to say to you, and that's going to be it, because I know what I'm going to do to you. I don't have a lot of skills. on the computer in no way, shape, form, and fashion. But I have a lot of skills with a pen and a paper. Normally, if you were, a place where we worked or something, or a person that was reasonable, I would just put it in writing and let you know, please stop doing this or whatever. But since I know that the majority of these people we're dealing with are not those type people, then I have to wait for you to do something to let me do what I need to do. Because I'm not going to pull up on nobody. I ain't gonna have nobody to pull up on nobody. As a man came all the way to Texas and told my Toothless son can pull up. My son don't pull up. He's not the pull up type guy. My son works for a living, and he works hard and make a decent living for himself. So it would not behoove him to pull up to nobody, because my son, like everybody else, also has what he needs to protect himself, and he's licensed to carry, and he doesn't come to play. He doesn't even get in this YouTube stuff. You don't even see my son commenting. So why does this man say he coming to Dallas and my son can pull up when he came nowhere near Dallas? Nowhere near Dallas. And when I say nowhere near, a 34-mile radius is nowhere near. We live in the hood. We don't live in Frisco. We don't live in Richardson and Plano. We don't live in North Richland Hills. We don't live in Fort Worth. We don't live in Arlington. The people that he's antagonizing live in Dallas, Texas. And why would I pull up on an old woman? Why would I do that? Why would you call an old woman a bitch like you do? Why do you talk about an old woman who's done nothing to you? I don't know why you do that, but you do it for money. So you certainly wouldn't pull up because you're not going to get no cash app or no super chat. It makes no sense, the stuff that we allow and laugh at and think is funny. The stuff these people do, and we just say, it's not me. It's not me. I advocated for a woman because these men attacked her. Quit talking to these people. Unsubscribed. Now they all best of friends, and then they all talked about me for 9, 10, or 11 months. You have to come with your own agenda. And if your agenda is to help people, then give what you have to help. I'm never going to have a show, no matter who and what I talk about. I'm not going to leave you with something. I'm never not going to have a show to do that. There is a lot of people that have a show, and I don't know what they talked about other than each other. But there are some shows in our sector that you can go to. Uncle Suge's been having, it's been about 4 weeks now, maybe. A gentleman that comes on and he's showing us how to trade and do stock. Do you think anybody come to those shows? And Lord knows I'm so confused. I don't know what that man is talking about. But I show up. I show up, number one, for Uncle Suge, to be there as a support. To know that if you're trying to be who you're trying to be, and you're trying to expose us to the possibility of what we can be, there's some people that really want to learn that stuff. I'm there for support, because I swear numbers make me so dizzy. Adding and subtracting mess me up. So I don't come there to learn how to trade. I'm sure I'm not going to do no trading. But I come there to support the young man who's given of himself to come and teach us, and for Uncle Suge to let him know this is something good, keep it up. And you would think that's what we would be trying to learn as a people, since we never learned economics in our lives. We were never taught anything about money. Most of us don't even have a good relationship with money because we're either addicted to it or we're afraid of it. So either we just hoard it or we spend and don't have. We never had the balance. And it's like we don't even want the balance. We don't want to hear about things that we don't know. And it's not because we're adults. That's not it. It's just because we don't want to do nothing but laugh and fun and Have some bullshit parties. That's what we like. And as long as the joke is not on me, then hey, I'm there. You can count on me. I'm there. Yep. My drill. Hey, Uncle Suge. Then you have this past week, and he hasn't just done this, teaching us how to meditate, how to think different. It's audiobooks. People will come. Oh, they'll come because they see the title, and then they'll run because they hear the content. And we say that we come here for relaxation. We come here for entertainment. Do we really? Do we really? I have so many little videos about books. Books that you can read, you can purchase, you can share with your children. Start a library. Have a family night. Have a book club. Just do something with your children. But people are not interested in that. I got the most people in my chat and the most hours of viewing when I was deciding that I had had enough and I was not going to take any more to my standards. I don't care what nobody else thinking, what their standards are. I'm talking about mine. And I had to address some things. I had all kinds of people in. Nothing changed for me. All of those people were not in here donating. They was just in here listening. They was just listening, laughing. I've seen them give so much more for so much less for some of the stupidest stuff. So you can't get caught up in the giving. You have to build your audience. And if you're faithful, your audience is faithful. Because I have faithful people that show up and faithful donors that give to me, that makes me know that I'm doing the right thing. I will never, ever, ever compromise my values or my integrity just so I can get a little bit more money from YouTube. Just so people can say, you know, that Toothless is really, you know, she's really something, because she is something. Whether you say it or not, she knows it. She came here something, and she's going to teach somebody is listening and learning and doing something different. I guarantee you, from some of the things that Toothless had to say. Okay. Give me 1 second, everybody. Okay, thank y'all. Hi, so Alicia. I see you've joined us. Hey. Yeah, but what I was trying to just say is that I still, to this day, I encourage people, if you want to be able to make money and don't have to have a lot of skills, but you have the ability to talk, you have a life, you do things in your life every day You can get on YouTube and share it, and I guarantee you that you will have an audience. You can have an audience. Everybody is looking for something. Everybody has something to offer. They may not believe it, and they may not have honed in on it, but I guarantee you that we all do. Hey, Wilma, good evening to you. Okay, somebody said Flips Bacon Collar said, what's up? What's up? I don't know who Flips Bacon Collar is. But if that's your face, that's fine. But we don't play people faces and trolling in that manner over here. But I ask that whoever comes in, please hit the like button and engage in the conversation if you like. As long as you're respectful, we're respectful. And we welcome you to the Tiger's Den. But we all have something to offer. And it is as simple as signing up your YouTube, getting on, and you don't even have to have a streaming company. But I believe that there are, again, you must read the guidelines, because there are some guidelines as to, I believe, going live just on YouTube. I don't know if that's true because I didn't read it. So I cannot vouch for that. But I can tell you that I know that you can purchase StreamYard, and they have one, I think, so many hours, maybe very low cost. And then you can go up as you progress. And it goes up also in price. And you can stream live. But you can just sit at your computer and do a video, upload it to YouTube, and that starts your YouTube career. And just have an idea in mind of what you want to do and how you want to do it. As you progress in YouTube, you do want to do whatever it is you think you need to do to help your audience get bigger. I tell y'all, every time I look, I've lost somebody else. I've lost 8 people this month. I don't get real upset about it, although you hear me mention it, because that happens. And don't let that discourage you from your goal of whatever it is that you want to do. What? Do your thing. Yeah, but you do what you want to do and stay consistent in what you want to do. I can't get too upset about the growth because I know I'm limited to what I'm going to do. So I say, know your limitations. Stay true to yourself. There are so many people that I've seen since we started this YouTube thing together that have changed totally. And it reminds me of the Real Housewives. These women, some of them on here, they came on here married. They came on here saying they were mothers. They were proud. They said that they had jobs. And now they're on YouTube 8 to 12 hours at a time, twice a day. Now we know it's only 24 hours in a day, but twice a day, 8 to 12 hours, they're on. They're dancing. They're showing body parts, I'm told. It's unbelievable. They're divorcing. At least they're separating. It reminds me of the Housewives. And then there are people that's in these chats, that's in there looking and laughing and having a good time. No, they don't like it. But they wouldn't dare say anything to the person, which they may not should say anything to the person, because if that's what they're willing to do, that's what they do. but they won't call out the behavior. And one of the things everybody love to repeat are the talking points that Kwame used to use. And one of his main talking points is that he studies behavior. And he doesn't get mad at the person, he gets mad at the behavior. Well, is he really getting mad at the behavior when we're listening to his behavior and all the stuff that he has done and all of the stuff that he has said, and bringing this guy to his platform that he say is a cousin? But when you listen to him have a conversation, when he's talking to his siblings, he's saying, my cousin. And when the sibling is talking about the mother, he's saying, my mother, not our mother. He doesn't say our cousin. And he brought this person because he is a member of the LGBTQ community. And I don't know the operation of his mind, but looking at his behavior, he did not bring his cousin in as just a guest on his show for all to welcome. He brought him in as a weapon, as if he was going to weaponize the LGBTQ talking points and community and attack us as heterosexuals, and we can't say anything back for fear of a hate crime or someone not liking us or maybe people unsubscribing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And then people who say that they love the Lord and they're good, strong Christians, they'll go right in there and cheer this behavior on and then attack you for saying that you see this behavior. When he talked about having his nephews bang Uncle Suge's daughter, nobody had nothing to say. That's just everyday conversation. We all should talk like that. That's the way everybody act. When this man Skinny turned against me in a whole chat, and a lot of people that used to be right here in this chat came, stopped coming overnight. Nobody to this day have said what Skinny has done to Toothless was wrong. Oh, a lot of them who stopped speaking started back speaking to me. But that's it. That's it. When he turned on brown skin lady, everybody had something to say. When he turned on TY, everybody had something to say. When he turned on Straight Talk and Southside, not so much. Everybody don't have something to say. One or two people will say. But see, they learned, like I already knew, they didn't do nothing to this guy. And he turned on them all. Same thing that happened with Queen Regina, Sister T. I didn't know these people didn't do nothing to this guy. I didn't know why they were at odds with each other. Same type situation. Armando Black, now he's going on a world tour. Now he's visiting the Midwest. For what? Oh, I know. He's going to meet up with somebody he's saying, y'all going to give him money, and he's going to show y'all something different, because he's not going to be like TY, and he's not going to be like this, but he's going to be just like Skinny on the outskirts of everywhere he goes. Who would even want that to happen? Who would encourage that? And I should say better yet, why would you all encourage that? Why? It's like y'all really waiting for somebody to get hurt. It's like y'all really want to see something happen, and nobody wants to see. Now let's get that straight. If you ask everybody, no, I don't want to see nobody get hurt. I don't want to see nobody get hurt. But you're in the chat cheering on bullshit. Thank you, son. You're in the chat doing that. Y'all, we can't go nowhere like that. See, I know what Skinny did. What he did is stop me from helping y'all. And y'all so blind, y'all don't even see it. I had entrepreneurs on here once a week. Young Asiatic men and women doing some phenomenal things. I had people from my city, Black Mondo. Y'all had the district clerk and the county clerk and could get many others. But I wouldn't dare bring them into this environment where you have LexisNexis and you are going to put yourself in a position where you are going to dox the wrong one, especially my guests. I had attorneys. I have judges that's willing to come. Family judges, criminal judges, possibly the DA. But no, I can't share that with the public because Skinny, Mr. want to make me be something that I'm not, a liar, a scammer. No, I'm a giver, and I gave too much to him of my time and my money. No more. No more. Trust me, no more. Yeah, I was doing something great for the sector, because we had gotten off the beaten path. When they started doxing Uncle Shook's parents, and nobody had nothing to say, and the way they treated, I thought Sister T was by one of the craziest ass people ever walked the face of this earth. My cousin used to try to tell me, cousin, you need to look at Sister T. She funny. She remind me of you, cousin. She just like you. She give to everybody. Cousin, you need to look at her. But I couldn't get past what I thought I saw with the Kwame crowd and then the Skinny stuff. I couldn't get past that. Ryan, I think you said it best one time. It's our disdain for what Kwame had done led us to a place that we all feel bad about some of the things that we said or we allowed ourselves to just be in earshot of. My brother used to ask me all the time, how could you listen to that? He's funny. And he was funny on what he was funny. But if you start weighing and measuring, his humor is far less than his arrogance and his rudeness and his disrespect. His total disregard for his family. He pretends he called me a child predator because I was worried about his children. Toys. Y'all hear what I'm saying to you? Toys. Not the children, but the toys. And then all of these grown men are over there cheering him on. Yeah, that fat woman gonna die. She gonna die with the cigarette smoke, stinking breath. And no, they got a fat mama, grandmama, sister, or wife at home. I don't get it. You see, everybody ain't got no Beyonce. We know that because of all the time y'all spend on this YouTube. So we know that y'all ain't got nobody. Had a man ask me, where my man protecting me? Where your woman that you asking about me? You see, none of it makes sense. All that has gone way past roasting. I never was into the roasting. The disrespect is so blatant, it ain't even funny. And they think because they told their people, don't look at her, don't go over there, don't say nothing. Don't believe the hype, y'all. Don't think that they're not looking. They're in the bushes. And that's fine. I'm not angry. Hit the like button is all I ask. Leave a comment. And if I say something you like, hit the cash app. Hit the cash app. Hit the super chat. It's there. And if I say something you like and you can't do either one of those, keep listening. Take notes. And do something different with your life. Because this stuff here is worse than being in school and you got one bully running the whole school and all the little children is doing what the bully said do because they don't want to be the next one that the bully pick on. They don't want to be the one that the bully make fun of. This bully ain't slapping nobody upside the head. He didn't even come to the city of Dallas. He came to the county of Dallas. And I never anticipated him rolling up to my house. Never in a million years do I believe that he thought I believed that he thought he was going to come to my rail. Never, ever. Never thought that. You see, he know the case is real. He playing with y'all people. But he knows he's in a federal lawsuit. And like I said, I just haven't put it to paper, but it's going to look good to know you can dodge all of my letters. You can have your post office to hold them, but you couldn't receive the documents that you needed, but you can come to Dallas to pull up on Straight, which is what you said. And then you say everybody hating on you because you was with Charleston White. Boy, nobody's hating on you because you was with Charleston White. Nobody. None of us over here know Charleston White. We know him from YouTube just like you. And look like he's doing great things too. Look like he's moving on up too. Y'all don't seem to have a problem with him moving on up, but y'all got a problem with Uncle Suge moving on up. Everybody want to get a piece of Suge. Amanda want to know when I'm going to call out Suge, when I'm going to do this to Suge. And I just remember, just like I saw him on that show, I seen him on Cookie's show talking beautifully about what we should do as new content creators. I was thoroughly impressed with that. You see, just because you're a liar don't mean everything you say is a lie. Because he was saying some good stuff. He was. Well, I heard him say on Suge's panel, you were the first one to ever give me a chance. I'm so grateful, and you're really good. You really helped me. You taught me. Yeah, that man is doing some great things. He's moving up. That's 1 week. The next week, he would skinny mister. Okay, Uncle Chester. I'm like, what? How did we go from this great man? The only one gave me a chance, allowed me on his stage when nobody else would. Because if somebody else you wanted was Kwame. Not even Kwame would let you up. Now all of a sudden, he's the worst thing that ever happened, and everything he say is a lie. It's sad. But we, the chat, we allow this behavior. We do, because we support it. And again, you don't have to support it by donating. You can just support it by going there. Now we know there's only a selected few that go there. Because we know these numbers that these people have. Let's go back to Skinny Mister. He's got all of these pages. One supposedly with 63,000 people, that he got 45, because it was 65. He got 45 supposedly off of talking about me every day since August 21st up until last month. Now, who believes that? And he wasn't even on that page when he got the 45,000. He was on the page that he's changed the name so many times. I feel like a Don. The Don. Skinny the Don. Mr. Skinny the Don. The Don live stream. The Don done it, y'all. And on that note, since the Don done it, I want to thank the individual that sent me the Cash App. And we need to hear from the Don himself.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it. Thank you.
Let me take you back to my elementary school days. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do anything to these people. But I'm being bullied anyway. We will stop the bullying. And it starts with me. My new hashtag, not me. Boom, 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 boom. Skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied. You're a bad, bad mister in them penitentiary slippers on your way to the shower. I know you're gonna be there for hours. Skinny tight, skinny tight, skinny tight. Yeah, and when you drop that soap, we know Big Bub will be there to give you some hope now. Yeah. And when he squeeze and tease, boy, we know you know that's dynamite, child. Yeah. And when you work and twerk, send your body all into a jerk now. Wow. Skinny tight, skinny tight, skinny tight. Boom, 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 boom. Skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied. Uncle Sugar, I hope that you're still listening if you're not in here, so you can hear your song that I made for you for your birthday. Today is my baby brother's birthday. He's 63. I already sung happy birthday to him when I called him. So what I'm going to do is play this. Hopefully, Uncle Sugar, you can hear it. And in honor of my baby brother, whose name is Stevie. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Suge. I love you so. 48 candles makes my heart glow. Forever and ever. Oh, I love you so. But you're only 48. 48. And man, do you look great. You're the wittiest and the most talented content creator I know. Suge, 48 candles. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Suge, and many more. The time has come for us. Stop messing around. I almost thought you really were serious about stop bullying. Oh, Mondo. So many times I thought you were sincere. For you to say I filed the charges in my ear, Mondo. You start doxing. Oh, my heart was yearning for you to file. charges against Skinny Mister. My heart was a yearning for you to file the charge. Oh, my heart was yearning for you to file the charge.
Mondo can keep doxing everybody's life. Mondo keep doxing everybody's life. You keep Mondo doxing everybody's life. Mondo doxing everybody's life. You keep Mondo doxing everybody's life. Mondo doxing everybody's life. Oh no.
I hope y'all enjoyed that little breakaway. I had to eat. I appreciate y'all for listening. I seen Asatar was saying, let me go up a little bit. Let me see who else was talking. Let me see. Dang. Oh, she said, dang, you're speaking facts. Thank you so, Alicia. Say we often hurt our own feelings by thinking we mean more to people than we really do. Yeah, I was so happy when I saw that and put it up on my board, because that's what ended up happening. We think these people with the heart emojis and the flowers and the smiley faces, child, they don't care. You thinking they really care, you know, and everybody love to remind you, this is just social media. But if you notice, a lot of us spend more time on social media and the people that we like chats more than we spend with people that we like in real life. Just look at it. A lot of people say that they have spouses. Unless their spouse is right there with them, it's hard to believe they have a happy union, because they're on YouTube and a lot of them talk into the beef. Some of us just look, we may laugh, we may send an emoji, but these people actually get entangled and egging on. Ryan said he's stupid, but he ain't that stupid. Ryan, laugh out loud. I don't know who that is. Madrid say, "Should fire." So Alicia said the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. It's a quote routinely attributed to Edmund Burke. And we like to believe that that's what we're seeing on YouTube, that a lot of good men are standing by. And we say good men, we don't just mean men, we mean mankind. So it encompasses both genders. You know, since we picking genders, I don't know how we can say that different, but I'm going to go with what was written, and I'm going to just leave it at that for me. But everyone is free to choose how you hear it. Asatar said Mondo is one of, if not the biggest in the sector. Alicia said that's Mr. As says Skinny Mister did a live yesterday, 35 minutes into the live. He had 43 people in the chat. It never got over 60 people. Only had 400 views. So you tell me if that sounds like a guy with a 63,000 platform and an 8,000 on the one that he loves to talk about me. And then he has one with supposedly 2,000. He's got so many channels. I mean, really, he should be going up for the most channels award. No, that doesn't sound like anyone with 63,000 platform, especially when he got 45 of the thousand talking about an old lady, like he liked to say. And she over there saying, "No, I don't know why you talk about me like that." And he know I do not sound like that. Never have and never will. Yeah, I can't give him what he wants if that's what he needs. He's going to have to go to his woman for that. Or maybe come to Dallas. I understand that he and his underboss had a show. And I don't know, perhaps because I mentioned her. And I'm going to mention her because she kind of mentioned me. And they say that's the rule of YouTube. When a person mentions your name, then their content. But I don't have any bad content for her. I don't. She probably could be great if she stick to her. But she's attaching herself to something awful. And that's her choice. So who am I to tell her not to attach herself to something awful and not to be a part of something great? Because it seems like a lot of them want to be a part of the federal lawsuit. And I wouldn't want to take a chance on the federal lawsuit to see if it's real, if it should become criminal. I really wouldn't want to be one of the ones because, again, you all love to hear what Skinny has to say. Go look for yourself. Read the brief. Who knows? Nothing may not happen. I'm not the judge. But we have to wait until Google responds. You know, the one that I couldn't put in the lawsuit, they were always there. I just was serving the wrong person. And they understand the rule of law. And see, we are obedient people. We know that you're not obedient, Skinny, because we know you've been to prison. So we know you don't mind breaking rules. We know you don't mind breaking laws. You don't even mind breaking, you said what, crack fiends' heads with BB guns? You don't even mind doing that. But some of us, we live by the law. And we do our best to not antagonize people, not to abuse relationships. Because it's apparent you guys don't respect friendships. I don't know if you even know the definition of a friendship. And you know, everybody wants to tell you that you don't have no friends on YouTube, but then you see them clicking up. You my friend, that my home girl, you know we like this. It's me and you, boo. It's us. It's we. It's us. So it's just according to whoever is making the statement. The crowd go with who they like. And y'all act like y'all just heard this when Kwame said that. It's all about who you like. You've always done that in your family. You felt that way sometimes about your mama and your daddy. So why are you acting like this the first time you done heard it's all about who you like? We're human. And we share the same sentiments. Believe it or not. We may think differently. We may even act differently. But a lot of things we do are exactly like someone else. A lot of our behaviors mimic other people. A lot of our behaviors are not even ours. If you're around somebody a lot, you tend to pick up their little idioms. You pick up their little sayings. You pick up their ways. That's human nature. Ryan says she looks like ex-NBA player Eric Williams with the wig on. I don't know who that is. I know who Eric Williams is, I think, because he was married to Jennifer Williams. I know them from Basketball Wives. See, I don't know basketball, but I did see the wives. These are the type of people, I'm telling you, that these people come on YouTube and they get transformed into something that they're not. They came on here normal people when we all used to get together and talk. We had normal conversations. Now these women on here, they can't call the name of a woman. Every woman they speak of, except for their boobs, gotta be a B-I-T-C-H or H-O-E. They can't be nothing else. Mothers, that's out the question. I don't understand it. And then the people seem to go with the transformation, knowing that they saw this person a total different way, with a professional job and helping the children. Everybody had a helping the children on the back of their resume. Everybody. That was all in the group. That was the desire. And then they make fun of Suge taking care of his children, being in their lives. And his children, or Asiatic children. So maybe it makes a difference. Maybe that makes a difference. So we can't even take care of our own children in real life. We can't even love our children in real life. We can't do that. Makes no sense to me. Ryan, Asatar, excellent fathers. Always spending time with their boys. Not only do they spend time, they make time, and they don't let anything interfere with the time. And you know what they would say? You get no praise for that. You get no praise for that. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay, so then let's look at checklists. That's what you're supposed to do. Many are not doing that. Many are not. I have a 42-year-old son. They want to know why my son, he doesn't live at home. He has a home that he can always come back to, but he's a grown man. And he lives on his own. They don't know our relationship. Skinny got him. She told the dope, what's on. She's there to herself. She's there to herself. Well, poor Kiva. It's hard for me to believe that she could be a functioning nurse choosing you as someone that she shares her space with when she's away from work. You who gives her no time because you're up there begging people for make the haters mad cash apps, but that's something that you say you don't do. Begging people, calling them ma and ma'am and queen, just so they could like you a little better. Could that be it? You know, a lot of people use this word grooming. I've heard that so much. I'm really so sick of that word. I don't even know if people know what the word means. I've always associated grooming with children, and it is associated with children, definitely. The legal definition says so. Like I said, I'm never going to come to you and talk about anything that I'm not going to give you something that you could go and look up or ponder or wonder for yourself. You don't have to take my word for anything. My word is my observation, my experience, my life. It's not the albeit, the gospel, although it's rooted in truth. So if you take truth, then you can weed out what's true and what's not. You know, they almost make it impossible for you to be human in the metaverse, although we're human, having a metaverse experience. Okay, Maria. Grooming. Let me give you the legal definition of grooming. Grooming or child grooming is the act of deliberately establishing a relationship with a child to prepare them for abuse. As an action in or of itself, grooming does not have criminal penalties, but facilitation of a criminal sexual act is considered a crime. That's the definition of grooming. Grooming is a form of abuse that involves manipulating someone until they're isolated, dependent, and more vulnerable to exploitation. Grooming itself is not listed as one of the 10 categories of harm in the CARE Act. I had it and I guess I got rid of it by accident because I had the definition of adult grooming. Because there is such a thing as an adult grooming, and it can be done online. See, a lot of behaviors that in itself may not be the act, but the actions that follows the bedroom. And it doesn't have to be physical. People say you have no friends. Why so many expectations then? Boy, that's a good one. I would love to know that. And so I'm gonna have to put that back up because I would love to know that. And the only expectations, remember, Ryan, is from those that you don't like. That's where the expectations come in. Because if you notice those that you like, the behavior is whatever. It's whatever. But those that you don't particularly care for, my. Yeah, I think his name is Eric. He's a tall guy. He was married to Jennifer Williams. So, Asatar, Google Jennifer Williams on Basketball Wives, and it'll tell you her ex-husband and who he played for. I thought maybe at one time maybe he played with Doug, but maybe not. And that's Doug Christie, but maybe not. But he played with one of those guys. I don't know if it was Jackie's husband or who, but he played with one of those guys. And they were in Miami when they first came on. So I don't know if he played in Miami or if they lived somewhere else, but that's where they started out, in Miami. Oh, okay. You 4 minutes behind. Okay, that's fine, Alicia. I was looking for this. I had it, but I ended up coming out accidentally. And so I don't know. I didn't have it marked. But let me go to another word that's used so much here on YouTube. And a lot of this, I think, again, it's people mimicking Kwame. Just repeating what he says. They love to talk about spending narratives. And, you know, I just wonder, do these people really know what they're saying when they talk about narratives? It really just irks me to hear these people speak on narratives. Hey, Longhead, how's it going? It really irks me to hear these people speak on narratives. You know, they just can't say they changed the story. Like, that's what we know it is, a story. They have to repeat what they heard Kwame say. They all have the same talking points. But you can have a narrative voice. And the narrative voice is the perspective the story is told from. As I hope you see that he spent a lot of time in Boston, is what Ryan said. And looked like he was a forward. That's a joke. Okay. Okay, there are 4 types of narratives. It's, the point of view. The first person, the second person, the third person, limited, and the third person, the one that knows everything. The one that knows a little bit. But y'all favorite word here is they changed the narrative. They changed the narrative. No, y'all say they changed the story. But I guess narratives sound better. But does it sound better when all you're talking about is bull crap? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make you more intellectual. You don't sound more intellectual. You just sound like the herd. Docility training for animals. Following the leader. Leading you right off the cliff. Right off the cliff. Longhead, I know you've been with me 9 months. 9 whole months. And you've been a member for 9 whole months. 9 whole months. And Asatar said, I looked it up and y'all are right. And the comparison was uncalled for. What comparison? He talking to you, Ryan? He talking to you? I don't know what comparison he talking about. I must be missing some of y'all conversation. So Alicia said that's a pregnancy. That's my long head. I ain't neither long head. Yet though they slay me, I will not go anywhere. Asatar. I was thinking about it all day. What was you thinking about all day, Ryan? I don't know if y'all, come in on what I'm saying or if y'all come in on y'all conversation. I feel like I'm eavesdropping because I keep missing something. See that? Okay. You might could have texted me that. You might could have texted me that. Okay, that is funny though. I cannot lie. They say I look like Uncle Fester, and it's Uncle Festus. They want to make fun of me and don't even know how to say the name. If people go talk about me, I like for them to at least get it right if they talk about me, because you can't stop people from talking about you and laughing at you and stuff like that. Because I can say some stuff about them that's real funny too. But when they, call themselves talking about you, And then they don't even pronounce their words right or get the names right. That's even worse because it messes up the whole joke. I mean, just all the way. Hey, Christy, we haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Not that it matters. I'm just being nosy. I haven't seen you in a minute. Not just over here. I hadn't seen you in shit, so I just wondered. But it is what it is. But as I go back to, as I was saying about these people and how when they do collaborate, this is a good point. When they do collaborate, they collaborate and talk about people they don't know in a situation they don't want to be in, and they're just being led into a federal case for no reason. Because when I spoke on Rainey, I didn't say nothing bad about her. I really think she may have an opportunity to have a great show if she did her show. Depending on Skinny, Minnie, and anybody else to help you grow, that's not going to help. Nobody's going to help you grow. You're going to help you grow. Some people, it takes time. Some, it takes more time than others. Some people are overnight sensations. It's according to what you want to give the people. And if you want to give them craziness, then you're going to be an overnight sensation for as long as you're crazy. And the moment you decide this is not the lane I want to be in, that group is going to leave. But you say you're a life coach, then you should be coaching life and sharing not just quotes that you heard, but some things you've overcome. You don't have to tell all your business, but it's just good to hear it from you as a person and a woman, the struggles. And it kills me how you people are so angry with me, who I've done nothing to you, and Amondo's so angry at me all of a sudden just because I decided he was going in a direction that I wasn't willing to go in. He had to come on here making videos and talking about me. And then he goes and apologizes to a woman that he put everything about this woman online that he say was legitimate. I don't know if it was legitimate or not. That's what he say. That's what it is. I know he had her on phone calling a lawyer, talking about a debt that was none of our business, but she felt compelled to do that. That was a real life human experience. That's something that she really went through. She didn't come at it as a teachable moment. She came at it as I'm going to show him, and found out that there really was a court date. That kind of stuff. Ridiculous, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. But I didn't have nothing negative to say. You see, we say this stuff is for commentary, for criticism, for this and for that. Everybody can say my name. Beyonce say my name, say my name. But if I mention somebody's name in a good light, then they got to go and talk about me being broke. And where was I? And I'm just jealous because Mr. Skinny didn't want me up there on his stage. No. The problem came because Mr. Skinny wanted me on his stage and I wasn't there. That was the problem. The problem was Mr. Skinny knew that I gave liberally and I didn't give as much. That was the problem. Had nothing to do with what you're thinking. See, that very thing that Mr. Skinny, I told y'all about this. Whether y'all want to believe this or not, Skinny is a liar. He continues to lie. Y'all continue to give to his lie. But I told y'all when I talked to him June 10th, when he called me and asked me to be his manager, that was June 10th of 2022. When I told y'all what the conversation was about, is he wanted, when my son asked him, what did he need a manager for? What was he trying to do? He said he wanted to start interviewing people. And I'll be damned, now he coming on here, I hooked up with Jonathan Wright and I'm going to be interviewing people. Well, damn. Ma told y'all that. last year. He said it like it's something new. And y'all skinny, they just jealous of you. They just, Mr. Skinny, you really know what you're doing. And I'm so glad to be here with you. Right? It looked like the most uncomfortablest woman in the world when she's sitting next to Skinny. I said that the first time I mentioned her name, and I'm going to say it again tonight. She looked most uncomfortable in that vehicle. Oh, Chrissy, that's all right. You ain't done nothing wrong. I just hadn't seen you. You know, when you get accustomed to seeing people and speaking to them, you just kind of miss them when you don't see them. That's all that is. But I'm so glad that you came by to see us. But I don't have anything bad to say about Rainey. It sounds like she could really have a real good show if she did it for what she said she was doing it for. You know? Because whether they want to hear about the things that happen, like my molestation, whether they want to hear about that or not, whether they want to make fun of it or not, it's not happened to more than me. It's evident by the few of us that shared our stories here on this YouTube. And some of us had some horrendous stories. I don't have a story of penetration. I can't tell you what that's like, what that feels like, but I can tell you the act of molestation is just as devastating. The touching is just as devastating. And I don't have to make up nothing for nobody. I could just share me. That's what I came here to do. And it was going fine until a man got jealous and didn't like what I was doing. So he thought he would just throw a wrench in it. And he tested his crowd. And when his crowd went along with it, then he threw the whole hook, line, and sinker in there and went full throttle on me. Not because I'm 64 years old, should he give me a break. If I was behaving like he's behaving, it doesn't matter the age. But because I'm 64 years old and I don't behave like he behaved on YouTube, he owed me respect. And it means nothing but to leave me alone. But he couldn't do that because for a while, I was his Cash App and his Make the Haters Mad donations. Oh, and he was getting plenty. But even his big spenders are not spending so much today. He still talks about me. Won't let me go. I'm not bringing in as much dollars as I used to. And I'm not angry. Because he's doing a number on Brown Skin Lady, TY, Straight Talk, and Southside, and Travis. He's doing a number. And the only thing that I would say, and Rainey, you can listen to me and you don't have to, because you claim you don't look at me. So how do you people know anything? All you people claim y'all don't look at each other, but y'all know everything that's going on. And even if someone sent you the clip, you have to look at the clip in order to get whatever it is that you think that you got. But I say, it sounds like to me you live in Richardson somewhere. And most people that look like us that live in Richardson, most of them are on some type of public housing. That is a very old, used to be the rich neighborhood of North Dallas. But it's a suburb, so they have their own police department. They have their own fire department, their own mayor. So that's a suburb. It's like a little city. So you're not in Dallas either. You have to catch the train if you don't have a car. And if you have a car, you got to drive down 45, 75, whichever one you want to call it. It's both. Some 20 odd miles to get into the center of Dallas, which is downtown Dallas. Yeah. I don't come with disrespect. I see you. And I recognize you as a woman. You know, we as women should put aside every weight. But I can't get you all to hear what I'm saying because everybody have their own agendas. You see, I don't have an agenda. I have a desire to help others. And that's what we all claimed we had when we came here. There's no way we shouldn't be collaborating as women talking about real life women issues. If you don't want to share your real life in woman's issue, you can look up a story and share about a woman's real life struggles and overcoming. How our men bear the brunt of everything. You know, we talk about them, we laugh at them, we make fun of them, but a lot of them are hurting. A lot of them have so many expectations, they don't even know which way to go. A lot of them don't even know how to be fathers, and we laughing at them not being fathers. And then the ones that are being fathers, because they had a father in their life and taught them, and they experienced the love of a father, we make fun of them and call them all kind of predatory names to smear their reputation. And then one who says he has a daughter, we never hear, we never see, but he gives everything about his daughter. But yet he got back friends with the man, which I don't believe he never was not friends with the man that sent all these men to talk about his wife and his daughter. But he has so much love and respect for those people. Go figure. Oh, thank you, Christy. As says, I wonder from Rainey's own mouth what changed from the interview she with Random saying she couldn't stand Skinny Mister and could never even be in his chat to being his underboss. I'm very curious. Yeah, I would love to know how that happened. It was amazing how Random picked the night that I interviewed my son to pick the night to interview Rainey. And she and Skinny hated each other just like she and Charleston White. And Christy, I know you don't like the word hate, and maybe I don't know what they felt in their bodies, but they exhibited hatred toward one another. So that's why I use hate, because it's a real word. I don't know the feelings of their emotions, nor do I try to figure it out. I can use the word they didn't like, but then remember, they don't even know each other. That's what people love to tell me when I say something about feelings and emotions. That how can you feel that for somebody you don't even know them? I'm human. I have emotions, and I think that's what we all have in common. What really gets me, I look at the animals a lot, and I was looking at the elephants. And if y'all never looked at National Geographics, I suggest to you, please go look at the elephants. The elephants are the closest in humans as far as expressing emotions. And that's been studied. That's true. But they're so lovable. They love their children so much till a child doesn't leave home, the male child I'm talking about, doesn't leave home, and I guess they call them bulls, until he's at least 20 years old. At least. The elephant has enough sense to nurture, love, and teach, develop her child till he's at least 20 years old. The girls never leave. And we kicking them out at 16 and 17. Soon as they graduate high school, we want them out of our homes. Haven't prepared them for nothing. The school didn't teach them about money, and I know we didn't. Most of us didn't. They don't know about how to open a bank account. They don't know the need for a bank account. They don't know what a bank is. They don't even know where to go. They don't know the functions of a bank. They barely know denominations of money. They don't know anything about if they should get a job, that they may be taxed. They may not, but they pretty much, if they're making money and they're on a public job, they're going to be taxed. They don't know how to fill out the W-4 form that you fill out when you get a job. We don't prepare our children for anything. We don't prepare our children that if a police see you walking and the police said, let me see your ID, that you don't have to give your ID. And that's in almost every state of the union, but you need to check your state. You only have to present your ID if you are being arrested or legally detained or in the commission of a crime. It's so much that we don't teach our children. We don't teach them how to live, but we tell them, if they stop you, just say, yes, sir, no, sir. Well, there's a lot of them got killed, sir. A lot of them got shot right in the head, sir, with their hands behind their backs and handcuffs, sir. That's not enough. You know, sometimes people will try you because you look like the weaker vessel until you hit them with the knowledge you've acquired, especially someone in a professional position. You know, some people are just going to shoot, and that's just what's going to happen. And since we all promised an exit out of here, my daddy taught me if you was born to burn, you ain't gonna drown. So we don't know the exit on how we gonna leave. So I can't say that wasn't the exit. But what I can say, if you know something and you know how to present what you know, you could stop a whole lot of things from happening to you negatively. But we as a people don't want to come together and learn that, because why? We got to read. And that reading stuff, child, that's for you. I don't want to do none of that. But you're not equipping your children for anything. All I hear these women on here talking about how they're a boss bitch. Who cares about a boss? That's a song. That is a song. So you a boss dog? You a boss dog? You a boss dog? Come on. We could do better. We as women could do much better. We are the matriarchs. We are the givers of life. We set the tone for everything. You can't believe it though, not the way we act. Not the way we disrespect one another. And they say it's misunderstandings, like brown skin lady. You know, she keep pushing this, as y'all like to say, narrative about I talked about her first. That's a lie. I never talked about her. But she called me a fat bitch at the moment she thought I talked about her. She didn't have enough respect for me. She had my number when she was calling wanting information on Kwame. She had my number. So she could have very easily given me a call. She sent me an email telling me to take down videos of me talking about her being a scammer, which I never did. But she could have sent me an email, or she could have called me. No, instead she called me a fat bitch. And I've been that ever since. And Kwame Skinner done drug her from every which way he can. Talked about the scam, her daughter, and everything that come with it. And I ain't heard her mention a word. And then she called Soulfly up on her stage and just called her all kind of fake bitches and hoes. And all you fake bitches and hoes is scared to stand up to me. Scared to stand up to what? Ignorance? I don't tolerate ignorance, and she could never hit my link. Never. She makes no sense. We were all on Suge. She was so intellectual, and she was a social worker, and all she cared about was the kids. She's in a truck for 8 hours. Now, I don't know where her kid is, but they say I love to talk about people kids. I ain't never talked about these people kids. But I am talking today. We can't keep letting these people say what they want to say, disrespect people that stand for right. Soulfly, all she gives is her opinion on Kwame, and she calls it very good. She's funny as I don't know what, and everybody enjoy it. I don't hear her disrespecting him, because everything she says on Suge panels or anybody, she has said to Kwame. Kwame be in the chat stalking her. You see, y'all disrespecting and disliking her. Kwame don't feel that way. And I'm not in his head. But I can go by his what? His behavior. You see, you don't have to know an individual to know behavior. You know, that's why come the FBI, they're trained. But they call themselves the human lie detector. It's not because they know superhuman. It's because it's different behaviors that one displays when they lie. It's different things you do when you know that you're wrong. Automatically, your body does it. That's why they said body language is the only language that doesn't lie. You can say what you want. Brown skin lady have so many twitches, I don't know which ones hers are. I don't know. Because she makes so many faces. You know, I don't know if that's on purpose. I don't know if there's something wrong. It's not for me to know. And she can think I'm disrespecting her all she wants to. She's going to call me the same thing she's been calling me ever since she chose Southern Daddy is her friend. I wonder how friendly are they now? I wonder. Just how friendly are they now? She chose her over Toothless. She didn't even have to put me in the equation. I wasn't up for choosing. I did nothing to these people. But they've talked about me since August. And they got real bold and ugly in October. But they had many pounds about me before. I was the laughing stock of all of them. Oh, but it ain't funny. Because he's saying some dastardly stuff about her and her daughter. You know, all these people said she showed her private parts. I didn't see private parts on that picture, but I didn't see the blowed up version. It just looked like the shadow of her thigh, but that was a bit much. You know, I don't know what's going on with people. I honestly don't. Thank you, Christy. You too. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel the same way. You know, I didn't come here to put nobody down. I'm not going to start tonight, but to play like I don't see what I see. And of course, you know, you can't discuss nothing because, you know, that lady's messy. That lady's messy. But now everybody's saying that it was a scam, and I ain't heard her get angry and call all of them the names she called me. She just can't have nothing to do with me. What did I do? If you don't like me, you just don't like me. And who are you? I don't like you either. So we even. I could have liked you. And at one time, I did. But to hear her go overnight, to call me a fat bitch, that bald-headed bitch, her crusty pants. She is so into people's panties. I noticed that. And then they said she's showing her whole body on YouTube. So could you imagine what that could be like? No, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't even take my mind to a place to want to imagine what that was like. Greetings, FRW. Glad you made it, though. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in her position at all. At all. And then she, the coldest thing on YouTube, she want to be like this person and that person. Why don't you be like you? Because all those people, you're talking about buffoonery. They're laughing at you. And some may be laughing with you. But you better believe it, they're probably as intoxicated as you. Because whenever I hear anything from your stream, you say you're drunk. You say you're drunk. You say, I don't know. I say people here are weird. They rather make up a reason not to like when everyone knows you don't need a reason. You can just simply not like someone. You don't need to make up a reason. That's true. It's just like she talked about Asator children. And then say Asator talked about her children first. No, You know, they act like this stuff is not on video. And one of the things that her good friend Gotti said, the digital footprint is always there. So I love when these people say what they say, because there is a digital footprint. The same one that got her caught up. Alicia said, "As I agree." Ryan said, "For real. Go back to the educated social worker gimmick. It looks better on her, even though nobody even believed that, as much as she was on the phone. And when she did happen to cam up, she was always in the car. So her being in a van for 8 hours is not unusual. What's unusual is being in a van for 8 hours and never having to go to the restroom. That's unusual. And that's just from a human's point of view. It may be normal for her body. Because remember, she's small. And remember, I'm fat. So that's going to make a difference. That's going to make a difference. Let her tell it. So, you know, it's just sad that we as women can't, whatever the issue's supposed to be, lay aside every weight and let's go to helping our babies. All that Kwame claimed he was going to do, why come we didn't just pick up the mantle and keep working in our communities and communicating with each other, giving each other ideas and doing what we can do, and collectively lifting one another up? Why couldn't we do that? Well, I know nobody's going to participate with me because, you know, don't nobody want to hear me. They say I'm bored. I'm boring. They were just feeling sorry for me. They don't want to hear none of that stuff I'm talking. The only thing I talked is what I know, what I discovered in my research, who we are. But again, I keep telling them, I'm not affiliated with no organization and no religious sect. I'm telling you your bloodline. And we come from entrepreneurs. We created everything. We did. Look at the few little history books that they didn't burn up. Listen to the patents. And they take a lot of our stuff. And the way they're doing it now is they're doing it with these non-disclosure clauses with your job. They make you sign these things. So if you design something or come up with something, you have to give it to them, or perhaps for a minimal fee, they will give you something, and then they go and make billions off of your idea, like the internet. You know, all the people that get credit for stuff that we know they didn't do. Like the automobile, George Washington Carver built the first automobile and sold it to Ford. But nobody cares about that, because that don't mean our children can aspire to do nothing. Our children can't use their mind to design something. No, that's an impossible feat. Because all we good for is shooting bulls, plucking holes, shooting bulls, plucking holes. That's what we do out here. That's all we good for. Makes no sense to me, but that's what we do. I don't know anything about her children. I spoke about her possibly scamming. Me calling her a scammer has nothing to do with her kids. So I call her a scammer on SSI. Am I talking about her or SSI? You're talking about SSI. Thank you so, Alicia. You're talking about SSI. Well, Skinny told his people I was on SSI. Oh, man. You know, that man say anything, and those people go right along with him. Right along with him. I retired from a job making more than he'll ever make legally. I did. 12 years ago. But he says that I'm a scammer. If they only knew. Imagine someone's only goal in life is to make someone mad. Grow up, please. Well, that's because she's hurting. And he is too. And I guess that's why she want to be, the next great skinny female version. Because one of the things she used to always tell him, and I wonder why she don't hold dear to this, at least you're consistent. That's what I love about Skinny. He's so consistent. He's consistent in everything he does. And he doesn't pick on people that hasn't done anything to him. That's what I heard her say until it became her. That's what they do. Hey, Bree, glad you could join us before I went off. At Ryan at Escalating. Just don't compromise who you are on this app. Just be you and keep it pushing and let others be who they are. Uh-oh, Madria spoke now. She done said something. And don't exhaust your energy worrying about it. Madria done had something to say. Lord have mercy. The conversation done got good now. Yeah, that's true. You just have to be who you are for real, though, Madria. That's really, really real. And that's one of the beautiful things that I love about Ryan and Asatar and yourself. So Alicia, Bree, all that communicate with me. It's just about being who you are. You don't have to be nothing special. You can be special because you are special to you and those that love you. But you don't have to change and transform. And, if you're going to be a character, then you should announce you're a character. And then people will know that you're not just doing this just to be doing this or to hurt people or to look like the, buffoons that a lot of you all look like. If you all want to perfect the thing like Charleston has done, a character on social media and a worker in the community, then please. All you got to do is let people know it's the deception. It's the deception that's what's getting y'all caught up and giving y'all the big head. It's the deception and people loving because their lives are so messed up. They're loving this, mess that y'all are keeping up until y'all are thinking y'all on top of the world. It's giving you a false sense of being something that you're not. I guarantee you, Skinny saying he's a celebrity. To who? His children don't even think he's famous. And that's any one of his children he want to talk about. Asatar. There's the link. Yeah, his children doesn't even think he's famous. And I should say don't, because I said children, not child. Because I get tired of y'all splitting these verbs and y'all talking noise to people. If you're going to talk noise to people, know that do go with plural and does go with singular. I mean, really, y'all should stop it. But y'all don't want to listen to me. And y'all don't want to learn nothing. But yet, we all use the same vernacular. But I hear a lot of y'all using my vernacular. Skinny know he don't even know how to spell egregious. But he's heard me say it enough that he sure now know how to say it. But he can't say profess because he refess. They refess to be married. They don't profess to be. They refess. Hello, Asatar.
Hello, hello, hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. You want me to cut the music down a little bit?
No, it's up to you. I'm fine with it.
Okay, you sure? Because I'll cut it down a little bit.
It's up to you.
Oh, okay, well, okay. If you're fine, I'm fine.
Yeah.
We're both fine.
How are you feeling? How's everybody?
Oh,
On
I'm
this
doing
beautiful
great,
hump day.
yes. Thank you for asking. I'm doing great.
Of course. I just wanted to come up here and, share my observations.
I love it.
On,
I'm gonna go off
on
camera
what's been
since
going
you
on.
off camera.
And my observations, you want me to come on camera?
On off camera. You
But,
don't have
nah,
to.
I'm just messing with you. But my observations are, exactly what they are. They're my observations, and they're nobody else's. So just take it with a grain of salt. Take it for what it's worth. Probably nothing. You know what I mean? Just another person on YouTube that's just observing and just mentioning things.
Yeah.
It's one thing to okay, let's say you thought Toothless talked about your kids and you called, you brought that to attention. And then Toothless has explained this to Brown Skin Lady now. Not to her face, but you know what I mean, on your platform multiple times, at least 10 times. At this point, she understands, and she's just one of those people where you're right, she don't like you, and instead of just saying that and moving on, people are gonna just, like I say in the chat, find an excuse not to like you. We don't have to all like each other. Some of our personalities don't mesh, right? You don't have to have an explanation on why you don't like me. Just don't make one up. That's worse. I'd rather you just not like me because, you just don't mesh with me than for you to go make up this whole story about me talking about your kids. So if I call you a scammer, but the scam is referring to a possible scholarship taken away from your daughter, ma'am, I'm not talking about your daughter. I don't know how you don't comprehend that. You say you graduated college. How do you not comprehend that we're questioning your morality or what you're willing to do for money? You, not your daughter. You. Now you can say we're wrong. We're wrong for that. That's fine. But you're not gonna push the narrative that I'm talking about your kids. First of all, I don't know nothing about your kids. Nothing. Not their ages, none of that. I know what you shared. That's it. Nor do I want to know anything about your kids. But guess what? You put up pictures of my kids. You sat there and made fun of my kids. That's what you did. Because I spoke on your daughter, which I never did. You see the difference? You made that up. That's a makeup reason for you to come at me. Because for whatever reason you don't like me. And you never did. Just like you guys all said about Toothless. All the people, we never liked you from the beginning. Then why did you pretend? What did pretending do? That's what I don't understand. I get why Skinny would pretend, right? He's a content creator and you were sending him money. That makes sense, right? Pretend, keep getting your money.
Yeah.
It's I wouldn't do that, right? It's immoral in my opinion, but it makes sense. For a brown skin lady, at the time when you had no platform, it makes no sense for you to pretend like someone, unless you pretend like her so you can say in Shook's chat. That's a possibility, and even just say that. Just say that. So I was just being cordial with you because we was both in Shook's chat. Being real about it. You talk about being real. You're the realest motherfucker. You're the realest. B word here. You got mad. This is what I don't get. This is what I don't get. If women attack people here, and you come at them and maybe say the B word, oh, you're the worst person in the world, but they can come out here and call each other that the whole time, and they're the biggest. I'm the biggest B word. No, I'm the biggest one. I'm not scared of no. She's not scared of nobody. She's calling out all male and female. You can't have a normal conversation with her. Nothing. If you saw what I saw today, now by no means am I I have no feelings towards a soul-fly, good or bad. I don't know her like that. So I was just literally watching, I'm just observing, right? She kept cutting her off and kept saying, body, yaddy, 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 body, yaddy. It's almost like, are you crazy, lady? She did that at least 40 times in 10 minutes.
40 times in 10 minutes?
She's acting like the baddest B word on the planet. And you can say, well, every woman should feel that way. Yeah, you feel that way on the inside. But and that confidence, that sexiness is from the inside. Yes. You feel the confidence. You don't speak it.
She doesn't feel it.
You can't speak confidently. Exactly. She needs the validation.
Yes.
Of the, oh, do I look good? Oh, hey, Ronald Jones, do you think I'm pretty? Huh? What? You have a husband? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, it's stuff like that. You know, I don't do the double standards thing. Tommy came at Rainey a little disrespectfully, not a little disrespectfully, called her long, we know what, long breasts. I don't want to say the words.
Mm-hmm.
And brown skin lady made it seem like that was the worst thing in the world. You know, how Rainey didn't stand up for herself and this and that. Fast forward, I don't know, a month, and Tommy's on her show talking about damn it, how do I say this without talking about, I can't say this in a nice way, talking about, you know, ejaculating on her face.
Yeah.
So, like, are we just going to ignore that? This is the thing, like, so no one's going to say, well, brown skin lady, you know, you sat there and laughed, and you enjoyed it. You thought it was funny. Why aren't you married? So I said, see, you're married. At least Rainey is not married when that happened. Maybe, you know, she's a single lady. And you're married doing that. Where's the outrage? Where's the consistency on the calling out, per se? Where is the calling it down the middle? And everyone knows I'm not no Rainey fan, but you know how I am. I'm going to speak the truth, no matter if I look bad doing it.
But no, that's what you're supposed to do. It
is what it is. That is what's going on. At this point, maybe the only thing I can think of is that the attention has gotten to her head to the point where she's really believing. Remember you said it right before I got on. She's starting to believe her own height. She's starting to believe the height.
Yeah, that's what it is.
She's like in an alternate. She has mixed her real life and YouTube life
with the metaverse.
She's like stuck. She probably never. This is just me, and this is my opinion, right? And this is a lot of us. Probably never had this much attention in her life. How many times has she able to speak and 150 people were listening to her? You know what I'm saying? To some people, that can get to you. You start acting different. She's acting different to me. Even as wild as she used to be, she's 10 times worse. It's getting out of hand. I mean, it's been out of hand. It was out of hand when I heard her say, when you say stuff like this, I know you're either talking out of your butt, right? You're not really, or if you really feel this way, then it's really sad. When she started saying things like, no one can educate me, like, I can't go no further on with you after that. The way I learn, from what I know about life, the day you don't learn, that's the day you die. The day you don't learn something is the day you die. You learn something every day. You learn what to do and you learn what not to do. But you're learning every day. So the person walking around saying you can't educate me, if I feel that way, then I mean, can they educate your daughter? Why even send them to a college? Then you educate them. Why did you go to a college if no one could educate you? What did you go for? You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of mentality is that? You show me there's no genius in the world that died that thought they were a genius. There's nobody smart out there walking around saying they're smart. Do you understand what I'm saying? Most people that talk about money don't got any.
That's true.
Now you'll have one or two that are really rich and they'll shove it in your face. But most people who got money, that they value money so much, right? They respect money so much that they won't put you down for not having it. Because you know why? Because they know that you can come take theirs. That simple. So that's when people get humbled. The people that talk like that don't got it and they'll never will. There's a reason why Skinny Mister always brings out money. He don't got any. He wishes he did. Nobody with actual money. First of all, he said, I'm making money like a doctor. No, I made $90,000 is not a lot of money.
And what doctor is that? I would want to
No,
go.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he made 90,000, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's what doctors make in South Carolina. Well, I don't know what doctors making $90,000.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to go to him. I don't care where he is.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But $90,000 now, is it a lot of money just to sit on YouTube and yap away and make? Sure. When you have no talent, sure, because he really truly has no talent. He really doesn't. So that's why he feels like it. He feels like he's stealing money because that's what he's doing. He's a YouTube panhandler. That's what he does. He guilt trip people into giving him money. If you support, you have no say in my chat unless you give me $200 a month. He said. If you're not, at least he said, unless you're a $200 a month supporter, you don't have an opinion in my chat. Like, now you can have an opinion, but I don't value it.
Under federal
and he said, the more you give, the more your opinion matters. Now, you can say, well, he's talking real life, right? What he's saying is real life. That's how it is in real life. It might be, but you don't say that. You don't express it that way. You don't make your people feel that way. You don't make someone who gives a lot to your show. I'm not talking about monetary wise, of themselves, right? You don't make that person feel like they're not contributing to you.
Yeah.
Because they can't give. You just don't do that. It's not good business. You're pushing people away.
That's why he got all those channels and the 65,000 that he got that nobody was on. He was on the Don channel talking about me for how long, but the other channel was growing exponentially.
This dude did an interview with this girl named Melly Mel.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she's a YouTuber too. I'm telling you this right now. She could have interviewed herself and got double the numbers. She could have done her own platform. She could stay on her own platform, and she gets more. Popped in my head a couple times. It never got over 60, and I took a screenshot of it. It was at 43 viewers, 36 minutes into the show. 63,000 people platform, 43 viewers. Now he can say, well, that's more than you, Toothless. Okay, but she also has 1,400 subs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You gotta count relative to your sub count. That's how that works. That's how you judge it.
At least we know that's how YouTube is judging it. And from what they tell me, my engagement is going very well.
Yes. By if you count, okay, he has, at times he supposedly has 300 people in there. It's the same 8 to 12 people typing. And they're not even engaged about the chat. They're not engaged with the content. They're just yapping away, doing what they do, kind of doing what I used to do when I was there. When I was there, at nighttime, it's most of the times that's my time with my kids. So when I was his chat, you can't have his chat around kids for sure. So I had him like literally muted, and I was just engaged in the chat. I couldn't even care less what he was saying. You can say, well, you're just saying that now. I'm just speaking honestly. A lot of times when I have to type in the chat, I have to mute the content creator. I'm not good at multitasking. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have a feeling a lot of people are doing that. It was a place where you conjugate, right? At the end of the night, it was kind of like we all used to just get there and it's like, you know what I mean? See each other before we said good night.
Yeah.
We're all human beings. We're routine people. We fall into routines, right? We wake up in the morning. Let's say you watched at that time. Let's say we watched Southside, I guess, was going on in the morning, and then you went to Straight Talk. Then you went to TY. Then you went to Armando, right? I'm talking about all the Skinny Gang people. Then you went to Random. Then and then who else in between? And then finally Skinny came on, and that was like the nightcap basically. So you was basically supporting the whole crew of people, not just one person. We thought, like you said, and like I said, I come from the mindset I'm a team player. I thought that's what we did. We just supported each other. We're all claiming to be friends. I claim Skinny Gang. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I didn't. It used to be my greeting when I used to go to a chat. I used to say Skinny Gang is in the building. A bunch of people would be like, "What the hell, man? You can't say that in here," and they would block me. I would get confused. I'm like, "What the hell? It's just YouTube, right?" But these people were like really mad. Like, what do you mean, man? How are you gonna come in here and rep a different gang? I was like, what? Man, what you talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just thought that's what we did. Until he turned on me. Just like he turned on everyone else for no reason. Because we all know the reason. Because once you become a threat, okay, listen, Braskin lady, you act like you don't listen, but somebody will tell you. Once, this is a little bit of a compliment to you. Yes, you became a threat to Skinny. Once you become a threat to Skinny Mister, you got to go.
You gotta go.
That's the prison mentality. You can be. Now, he doesn't want you to be a weak link. You can't be a weak link now, but you can't get too strong where you're gonna take over the sensei. You can't take over the sensei. You can't be. It can't be your dojo. For all you. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You want to play a song? Hold on. I gotta play 2 songs. Hold on.
Go ahead. It's your
I got
show.
to play these songs. You just said it though. You just brought it out of me.
Do your thing.
It is right here. Ooh, ho, ho, ho. Ooh, ho, ho, ho. Everybody was YouTube fighting. Those cats were fast as lightning. In fact, it is a little bit frightening. Make sure you have expert timing. There is little skinny mister and his underboss muddy black. They be lying up front and recording you in the back. From a hit the cash app to make the haters mad. Through your super chats, they would have stolen all you had. Everybody was YouTube fighting. Ha! Those cats were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. Ha! Make sure you have expert timing. YouTube fighting. Hands and feet. Fast as lightning. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, ho, ho. I know it. Boom, 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 boom. 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 Skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied. You're a bad, bad mister in them penitentiary slippers on your way to the shower. I know you're gonna be there for hours. Skinny tight, skinny tight, skinny tight. Yeah, and when you drop that soap, we know Big Bub will be there to give you some hope now. Yeah, and when he squeeze and tease, boy, we know you know that's dynamite, child. Yeah, and when you work and twerk, send your body all into a jerk now. Wow. Skinny tight, skinny tight, skinny tight. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied, skinny lied. All right, ass.
Are we back?
We're back.
Let me to continue what I was saying. Let me explain, like the thing what happened with Ty and Skinny. The second Ty decided he was gonna make that trip to Atlanta, right, to see, you know, Mondo, he was done with Skinny. So one or two things was gonna happen. This is all psychology. One or two things was gonna happen. He was gonna go there. He was gonna see Mondo kick his ass and become super big. You know what I'm saying? He would have blew up.
Yep.
Or he goes in there, he fails, right? Quote unquote. Kwame pulls up on him, or Armando beats him up, or the Skinny, or Kwame beats him up, and he can't have no weak link as his underboss, and he's got to get rid of him. Either way, when Toothless, I mean, when Ty decided to do that, make that move, he needed to know that this is it. He's separating himself from Skinny. By the way, I don't know if he didn't even know that. He might have already known that. That might have been his move to get away. It might have been his move to get away from the dude.
It could have been.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, this could have been, hey, I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna use this moment to launch myself even bigger. You know, I'll hit the blogs, right, or whatever. I don't know. You know, I don't know what I can't be in his head. But either way, if you were done with the dude, you don't mind it. You don't mind it because it's a win-win for you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. with the people like in the Skinny Mister with the prison mentality, you can't be weak, too weak, but you can't get strong enough where you're gonna pass them up. And that's what happened. That's what happened to Brown Skin Lady, and that's what happened to Ty. And then with the crew, that you guys just happen to be part with Ty. And he tried as hard as he could to separate you by offering, you know, the underbossship to Southside and you know, and Straight. But he couldn't, when they wouldn't fall for it, you know, that was the next move. They had to go.
Collateral damage.
And then he realized that they became collateral damage, and when he made up his mind that he was going to team up with Mondo, he knew these guys weren't going to roll with that anyways. These are all calculated risks. And then the reason why he can take that risk, because he wanted to go back with Kwame. And when he seen Armando, quote unquote, you know, cool with Mondo, cool with Kwame, that's when he thought, okay, this is my move. This is my time. This is all YouTube they're playing.
This is the
YouTube.
This is the YouTube that I'm advising anybody that wants a channel not to play.
Not to play, exactly. And the way you don't play it is, like Toothless said, you find out why you're here for. Everyone's here for a reason. Now, you might have came here and then changed up. It is what it is. You could have changed your mind and do a different reason, but now you're on that reason. But whatever reason you came on YouTube, you can't chase the views. The views are gonna come when they come. When you find the people that want what you're selling. It's like doing this. You are selling water, right? You're selling water. You can't. You have water in your. You can't now say now because somebody wants to buy alcohol, right? You can't flip and say, well, there's alcohol in my water. You're lying. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to your customers. That's not you. That's not you, Rainy. The reason why you keep having breakdowns, this is not you. You didn't come in for this. This is not you. I'm gonna let the cat out of the hat a little bit. I'm gonna let the cat out of the hat. There's only a handful of times where Gil hit me up about YouTube. One of the times was when Mondo literally doxed Rainy's whole life. This is one of the times Gil hit me up. I'm thinking because Rainy hit him up. There's no other reason why this would happen. Saying, hey, what your man is doing, what your boy is doing, you know, he could get sued for. I said, well, how can he get sued if it's the truth? Well, he said it's not the truth. Then I said, why doesn't she sue? Right? Well, that was one of the. What I'm trying to say is that got to her. These things get. It's not. We don't. Now, Toothless comes out here twice a week, and she's strong and she fights back. But don't think these things that you guys are doing and saying is not hurting her.
Tell the truth, ass.
It's just because you're fighting back, it doesn't mean that you're not hurt while you're doing it. You're wounded, you're still fighting back.
Even when wounded.
So Rainy, you're gonna have to decide. You can't be 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And I know, you know, you can't do that. You had moved on. I thought you had moved on for a little bit. It sounded like you were doing normal content. You was doing cool. But you know how Skinny Mister is. He done came visited you, gave you a present or whatever. People are saying he gave her a Gucci bag. I'm hearing a rumor.
Well,
is that what I'm hearing?
It wasn't real.
So okay, hold up. So okay, all right, hold up. You know, he's always talking about what a married person would do and wouldn't do. Would a married man give another woman a Gucci bag?
Nope. Not in the wife know it.
And wouldn't it be worse if the wife did know it? Isn't that like even worse? Like throwing it in her face? She can say she don't care. She has a bunch of herself. But I'm just isn't that like a weird, some kind of weird? Okay, isn't it weird to accept a gift from a married man, like an overly expensive gift? I'm just throwing it out there for all you ladies. If you know a man is married and they give you a gift that's overly, I'm talking about like over $1,000 gift, whether it's like an earrings, necklace, purse. Are you accepting that? And then when you accept it, are you accepting that with the notion that you owe him something? Does that purse come with something that you have to do now? Or that chain or that earrings?
Well,
or, necklace?
Normally when a man give you a purse, this is just me in my observation, in my living. If a man give you a purse, he puts money in it. If he gives you a bedroom suit, he plans to sleep in the bed. If he gives you a living room suit, he plans to live on the furniture. Men don't give gifts like that.
Since you brought it up, yeah, you guys remember when people were threatening to call Child Protective Services and all this blah blah his wife's job, and Skinny Mister said, "Hey, call DFS. Take my kids. But what are you doing to me, right? Let's say my wife gets mad because they want to take my kids and she leaves me. But what are you doing to me? There's at least 10 other women in this chat I can go stay with. So people like this don't just say things just to say it. Now looking back on it, what he's saying now, he was over there in Dallas talking about moving there. I'm moving there, not my family. Not, hey, my kids go to school, I have to look for a school out here. Not, hey, my wife is a whole damn nurse or I guess she's a nurse. But you know what I mean? She has a job at a hospital or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure she can get a hospital job over there either. But it didn't sound like he meant the family.
Nope.
It was no we in there. There was no we's in there. From someone looking from the outside in, Skinny Mister looks like he's detached from his family. It's almost like that's not his family. If you just take it away, he'll just start another one. Like, think about that. Who says that? Whether it's true or not, whether he's young enough to remarry and have kids or not, who says that?
Well, nobody that we know normally, with human emotion.
Who utters even if you would think if your wife is going to leave you with your kids, your notion is I'm gonna fight for my family. That's your first thing. I'm gonna fight. Hell no, my wife ain't gonna take my kids. I'm gonna do my kids. They ain't gonna take shit. We gonna share the kid, right? I'm gonna fight for this and that. Now yes, you can have the kid. I'm gonna just start a whole new family. What? I guess he's done it once. Why can't he do it again, right? He won't even, according to some records, prison records, he has 6 kids when he was in jail. And he only claims 4 of them.
No one talks about that.
He'll ignore it. He'll ignore it.
He plays it off like it means nothing.
When he talks about this, right? He's going to talk about this. He's going to say, I said it. He's not going to say, shut up and react, has 96 pages of proof. He's going to put it on me and you.
Yeah.
And
well,
so he
one
doesn't.
thing that these people don't understand, and I tried to tell them once before, the one thing about defamation, it has to be true. That's what wipes out defamation. Truth. And it's true that that's written. We don't know what is, but we know what's written. And then he said, now this is a man who's calling me worse than he felt Sister T and Queen Regina was, he said. But he's now going to sue everybody that read those papers. So he's going to sue everybody in the world because the guy posted some of the papers where anybody could see them.
Can't sue nothing. You can't sue for that.
But we know that. I'm just saying what he said. The man who said I was a snitch.
But he admitted to saying all that. So he's gonna sue for what? He said it. He said he said it. He said he used a BB gun. He said it. He didn't say he used it. He said he said it because he tried to make us believe. Okay, we're not stupid. He tried to make us believe if the court thinks you did it with a BB gun, you get a lesser charge. Man, if you don't knock it the hell off, you can use your finger. Go to a bank teller. Hey, Skinny. Hey, Skinny. If that's the case, Skinny Mister, go to a bank teller, put your fingers in your pocket, and with your fingers in your pocket, say, give me all the money you have in your thing. Now, you ain't gonna have no gun. It's gonna be your fingers. Then go to a judge and say, hey, I didn't rob the bank with a gun. I was using my fingers. It's your intent.
You know what time it is.
Come on now, man. We're
Those
not
people are making some of the silliest statements about. I mean, they act like they don't know. Now, some people might not know some things, but now everybody knows somebody that went to jail for something.
Right. If that's the case, everybody would do that. Everyone who gets caught, everyone who got caught for say armed robbery, right? Will be like, well, I wasn't armed. It was a BB gun. You know what I mean? Well, what did the guy believe that you robbed? If the guy believed that what you robbing him was robbing him with a gun, then it was a gun. Now, if you run up on him and be like, I'm robbing you with a BB gun, give me your shit, this is a BB gun, then okay, you got it. Then you said it as you were robbing him. But if you're pretending that your BB gun is a gun, then that might as well be an AK-47. It don't matter no more. So, and he knows that. The chat knows that. They just gotta pretend to kick it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't pretend. See, I couldn't be in that chat. This is why I can't be in there. This is why he had to get rid of me. I couldn't be there and let him say that. I would have to say something. Me being me, I would have to say something. Just like a little bit earlier before you went on, I clicked on Southside, and they had a picture. They had a picture of Rainey, and they were going in, and they said some things that I didn't appreciate, and I had to let it be known that, yo, why are we doing this? Let's not do that. Let's not do the animal comparisons. Let's not do the colorism. Let's make fun of her for something else. And then I got told, a couple of people told me, I got told, hey, you go to the white sector. Somebody said, hey, you don't like to go to the white sector. Like, really? I got to go to the white sector? Because I'm telling you, like, this is like, it's cringeworthy. Like, we don't have to say that. We don't have to call her a gorilla or a monkey. It's not funny. You know what I'm saying? So I have to go to the white sector because I made that observation? I can't be here now? So I can't say, yo, we don't have to do the colorism stuff. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. It doesn't make sense. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. So I can't say that and stay here. I have to now go to the white sector, even though I don't consider myself white.
They don't care.
Is Armando my daddy? Well, according to him, it's the other way around. You know.
As Regina responded to the question you asked earlier, she said a woman with moral integrity knows never to accept a personal expensive gift, such as a designer purse, from a married man, period.
Exactly. Isn't that like you're going to think in the back of his mind, he expects things now, right? Isn't that like a concept?
Yes.
Like, because no one just gives you something that expensive and doesn't want something in return. Or not no one. Let me just say, generally. You know, you're going to find that one person out there who's very giving. You know what I'm saying? But usually that comes with something. I just don't like the double standard stuff. So if brown skin lady is wrong for being in a car with a married man, then Rainey was wrong for being in a car with a married man for accepting a very expensive gift. It goes both ways. You can't have it. You can't have it any other way. Like it is what it is. There's no other way of looking at it.
That's true.
You know. I haven't said anything about Kwame and ears. I'm gonna make it short and sweet. I think the way you guys fell out was ridiculous. I think it's very childish. I thought it's very beyond petty. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't, from the outside looking in, your guys is falling out doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to fall out over ears saying he understands where Gil's coming from. It doesn't make sense. You guys both had inner things that you guys wanted to say, and now it's out there, and you can't put it back. There is no going back. But here's the problem, though. Here's what I don't want. This is what we don't want, because these two are from the same town and they know people from the same town. This is where it can get violent. This is what we don't want. We don't want this. If it's you two, let it be you two. Let it not be none of that. Let's not encourage this. Let's not go when two people are looking like they're about to meet up. Can we have a couple people in there that have level heads where we can talk some of these people down? Can we do that, please? Because what you guys are gonna do is this: something's gonna happen, and then we're gonna all be here. We're gonna all be here talking about, man, see, went too far. You see, you should have never do that. Why are people pulling up on each other? When we're in the chat encouraging, I'll say we, so you guys don't think I'm picking on you guys. I'll say we. We don't want to be in chat encouraging this no more. No more. What the hell is a Midwest pull-up tour? What are you guys, a band? What are you gonna play, instruments? What are you gonna do? You're gonna pull up the true female and have a conversation? What? You're gonna with the wolf pack? Are you kidding me, man? You're gonna drive around Midwest with a group of let me get this right. You're gonna drive around Midwest with a group of Asiatic men, and then no cops are gonna stop you and wondering what you're all doing, pulling up on people. Just think about it for a second. So you're gonna pull up in Detroit where TY is, and you're gonna roll 5-6 deep looking for TY, and you don't think that's strange looking? Dudes from another town in another town looking for somebody? You don't think that's gonna set up a red flag? What is wrong with these people? And if you are gonna make that tour, can the tour please stop in LA? I would love to see that show.
You ready to buy your ticket?
I want to go. We're gonna go to. We can have it at the Rose Bowl. We can have it. We have a lot of great concert places here. Hollywood Bowl, one of the best concert places ever. We can have it over there. So y'all knock it off. Stop doing this. So you guys are playing, but there's people out here really thinking you guys are serious and are willing to pull up, thinking they're doing what you guys are doing. Knock it off. Use different content. You ain't going on no tour. You ain't gonna pull up on nobody. Nobody's gonna join you. It's gonna be you and D-Truth on a tour, the Wolfpack. That's it. Knock it off. Stop it. And this is not me like egging them on. This is literally me telling them like just stop. It don't make no sense. You're a 50-year-old man. You're about to turn 50. Your oldest daughter just graduated high school. Oh, shoot. Maybe he's going on a tour looking for somewhere else to live.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, it makes sense now. The daughter's gone.
Okay.
The wife's about to sell the house. She's going to do her own thing. He has nothing to live. He's gonna drive around looking for somewhere else to live. Oh shit! I don't know how I didn't put this together, Toothless.
Well, it comes to you.
Oh, it just came to me out of nowhere. The same thing Skinny was doing. Skinny's not gonna move with Rainey. Listen to me. If you guys don't think that that's in the back of his mind, then I don't know what to tell you. Rainy's struggling, right? She's or she's living with her sister or whatever. Mom, she's about to find a place of his own. He just said he wants to do a show. He's gonna rent a spot out there. He wants to do a show there once a week. Knock out 5 shows. He's gonna drive out there or fly out there, do 5-6 shows with Rainy. The second season of the Rainy and Skinny show season premiere coming out. I think they said Nickelodeon's picking it up. Nick at Night, they picking it up in syndication. So he's flying to Dallas once a month. He's gonna lease out a spot, rent out a spot. I guess have Rainy live in it, and then when he visits there, he gonna live with her, and then go back home and then have this. He has a little side piece in Dallas. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but that's what he said. He said it. What do you want me to do? You don't get mad at me. He said it.
It's funny.
Like, if you want to get mad at me, I was just making shit up. He said it, bro. He said he's moving to Dallas. Who's in Dallas? Rainy. He said in his chat, if his wife leaves him, there's 10 people he can live with. Is it crazy for me to think one of those 10 he thinks is Rainy, his underboss?
But he said,
is that crazy for me to think one of them 10 is Rainy?
Excuse me. He said
I'm just making a educated a guess. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. You don't get mad at me. Get mad at the guy who said it. Get mad at the dude who doesn't care if his kids are taken away. And you guys will sit there, well, it's a great father. Really? Really? He's a great father? Why? 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 Because he waits to drink after he picks up his son? Why? Why? Because he got a weed ticket for having while he was driving his kids. He had drugs on him while he was driving his kids, probably high as shit. Why? Ain't no one gonna call that out.
Nope.
I'm not for no drinking and driving, and Kwame doing it, and you can hear in his speech, a lot of times you can see him drinking. Yeah. But I'm all for getting on Kwame for it, but we're gonna just ignore Skinny doing it?
Yeah.
Or we're gonna ignore Brown Skin Lady doing it?
And then Skinny came to Dallas talking about
I'll say it again so people don't think I'll say it so people don't think I'm biased. We're gonna ignore TY doing it since I'm cool with TY, but TY did it. He did karaoke, and he stayed at a hotel, and he wanted food, and only the drive-thru was open. Taco Bell. He got in his car, went across the street, but he did a drive-thru in his car. It's a no-no. He shouldn't have done that. None of us should be doing that. We shouldn't be encouraging that. We're going to call one. We're going to call out all.
So he going to get in the car.
If we're going to talk about and call Kwame on his supposed 11 kids, right? I don't know exact amount, and how he doesn't take care of them, or he's not in their lives, or he doesn't even claim them, then we have to talk about Skinny possibly having 8 kids and not even claiming the 4. You got to talk about it. There's no other way around it.
And he thinks just because he dismisses everybody, it just goes.
No, well,
away.
he says no. When you ask Skinny this, I've heard him already. He said, I'm not the one talking about his kids. He's talking about that's Suge doing it, right? I get what he's doing. I get what he's saying, and he does have a point. But why aren't we asking him the same thing? Why are we asking of him the same thing we're asking of Kwame?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Just because he's not asking Kwame that, it doesn't mean that we can't ask him that. I'm cool with calling people out. I'll call myself out. But we got to do it to everyone. I'm not cool with picking and choosing.
You not choose with it's just the ones who you like?
Can't do it that way. Because if you lose credibility, then you can't talk about shit.
As Ryan said, he's consistent. Clear your throat, lady. He's consistent. But these people are really different.
It's like, because you come out and say you're messy, you're allowed to be as messy as you want. But because you don't say you're messy once, you're the worst person in the world. But because you claim to be messy, that you have all leeway to be messy now. Because hey, after all, you're just who you say you are. No. Fuck no. That doesn't make sense. He said he's a serial killer, so what do you expect? He's gonna kill people. Hey, I mean, what do you expect from a serial killer? He's gonna what? No, we're not gonna. That's not what you know. That's not how it works. He's messy. We're gonna call him out on it until he stops being messy, or she. That's how it works. That's how you hold people accountable. You don't hold people accountable by continuing to let them be messy just because they said they were messy. That doesn't make any sense. That's ridiculous.
Well, you know, Ash, there are no real checks and balances.
He says he beats women. So what do you expect? The next woman he beats, he's gonna beat her too. So we should expect it. Does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense. No, that's not an allowable thing to do. Just because he did it, he abuses kids. He's known for abusing kids. Why would you have your kids around him? You know he's going to abuse them. What the fuck? No. Would it be smart not to have your kids around him? Yeah, but you can't excuse his behavior by he should have known. Like, I should have known better. That's going to excuse his behavior because I should have known better.
It's crazy.
Oh, you was in there. You was in there when he was making fun of. Oh, you was in there. You was donating when they was making fun of Lupus Lady. We didn't even know who Lupus Lady was.
Had no clue.
We didn't even know if that was a real life person like on YouTube or like someone in his life or nothing. I was barely new here. Like we didn't know none of this.
I had no clue.
So you was there. You was there when they were doing a Sister T drops. I mean, so what? So because I was there when I was doing Sister T, now I'm not. So I'm not allowed to now see this person for who he is, and this is hold up, I picked up the word. Disassociate myself from him. I'm not allowed to disassociate myself from him once I figure out that he's not who I thought he was. So let me get this straight. Mr. Matt K, this is coming to you, since you wanted to address me the other day since you were on the panel and I was in the chat. Matt K, you're more mad at me because I used to roll with Armando than Skinny, who currently rolls with Armando?
He doesn't have a problem.
Make it make sense.
Remember, he doesn't have a problem.
Yeah, that's what he said. He has a problem with me because I used to. He has a problem with me because I was on a panel where people lied on his friend. Listen to me. He has a problem with me because I was on a panel that lied on a random. But he doesn't have a problem with the person who lied on random. Skinny went off on random. Off. Said all kind of crap. He's crazy. He needs pills. He's this. He should have killed himself. All this shit. So he has a problem because I was on a panel while somebody else was lying on his friend. But he doesn't have a problem with the person currently lying on his friend. Please make that shit make sense.
Well, it's not gonna happen, ass.
Oh, it's Matt K. He stands on what he stands on. You know, he don't stand on a goddamn thing. And he'll say it himself. He's with whoever he's with. He don't care about nothing else.
And he's with Skinny all the way.
Oh, you're acting like I did something to this dude. Understand, ladies and gentlemen, all I did to Matt K was say he eats cigarettes. That's all I've ever said. He eats cigarettes because he has a raspy voice. That's the only joke I ever made. I call him what did I call him? I don't remember anymore. That's how long it's been. I don't even remember anymore. And he can't forgive me for that. Oh no way. Oh no. He said anyone that had a wrench, anyone that has a wrench in Toothless's chat, he has blocked. But he had a wrench in Toothless's chat. Make it make sense. This is crazy. All these people are crazy. It ain't done. That's why I'm done. I'm done looking for logic in it. Like the whole thing, I'm done. I take for everything individually, and I look at it that way. There's no logic. Like there's no rhyme or reason. You ain't gonna come up with what? It doesn't make any. None of it makes sense. Like listen to what I just explained to you. There's a guy out there who's mad at me because I was on a panel when Mondo was lying about his son, about his friend's son, which I told him I don't even want to be up there while he talks about his son. I'm the only person, by the way, but he's okay. He's okay with the person he doesn't have. He's okay with Skinny. One, teaming up with Armando, and two, saying the same, if not worse than what Armando said about Randall. Please make it make sense. I know you guys are gonna take care of that Bronskin lady troll account. Get out of here. We don't do that. It doesn't matter who we talk about, what we say. We're not gonna have that. We don't allow that shit. Plain and simple. But yeah, that's my little 2 cents. You there, Toothless? You stepped away?
I was finishing my food while you was talking.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, but
sure.
Yeah, none of that makes sense. None of it makes sense. None of what Matt K say makes sense. None of it. He doesn't like me because of what? Because he's on the organization chart.
Right.
But he do all of the damning thumbnails and posts. And Armando was never, ever gonna have anything to do with Skinny until he brought him down and sent him to jail. What he did
at the end, Matt K threatened to put my parents in a casket. He said, "Keep talking, and I don't have your parents in a casket." I made a comment in the chat. I said, "This is the same dude who was putting, who's okay with putting people in caskets." And he said, "Hey, watch your mouth. I'm gonna put your parents in a casket." For him eating cigarettes. For being in the chat. For being on the panel when Armando was lying on his friend. But Skinny is currently lying on his friend, and he has no problems with him. And he's in TY's chat defending him. But I'm the worst person in the world.
Yeah, Matt K just not who he pretended to be.
And he's gonna say, "Well, why do you care I have you blocked?" I don't care you have me blocked. What I do care about is you pretend like I did something to you when you know damn well I didn't. That's what it is. You walking out, I'm just calling you on your hypocrisy, and you don't like it. That's what it is. You're not being consistent, and I'm calling you out on it. You don't like it, and because I am, and you can't call me out on it, because I'm being consistent. I always been.
In every chat.
You said go over there, Toothless, and stand on your morals like you've been. Is that supposed to be insult? Did you insult me or something? Bro, that was a badge of honor, man. The best thing you ever told me about me. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, bro.
At least
I'm going to do exactly that.
At least he knows.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to do exactly that. Thank you. Thank you for telling me what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. I could be wrong in my stance, but I bet you I believe in it. And I'm not just saying it. I bet you it's well thought out. And I'm not just talking out of my ass. No pun intended with my name. I bet you that.
You live it every day. You're not pretending to be one way and actually another way. In different people's chats. You're the same everywhere you go.
I don't even know how to be different. I don't even know what that means. I've always had that. I've always had this. I don't know where it came from. I think it came from my grandpa, who I'm named after. I've always had this. If this is me, take it or leave it. But this is me. It started with, hey, what else can we call you? I said, my name is Asator. Well, you know, what's your American name? Asator. Well, that sounds like you're saying ass. Well, that's what you're saying then, right? Well, most people be like, you know, that's embarrassing. People that make fun of you, they did. I got made fun of a lot. Think about what my name is. But that's my grandpa's name. You're going to make fun of me? How are you going to make fun of something that I'm so proud of that I you know what I'm saying? You can't make fun of something that I'm proud of. It makes no sense.
They don't get it.
It doesn't, you know, you can't. There's no chance.
And then another thing let's go back to this skinny Mr. guy who claims he's sold for Charleston White, and he's going to be working with him, and he's about to sign with his contract and all of this. And Charleston don't disrespect women in real life. He don't disrespect women as Charleston White on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Well, basically, I think that's what Skinny's trying to say. That he was trying to say, you know, I say this on YouTube, but I would never pull up on a woman. Like, I would never say this in front of her. You know, this is just YouTube, and it's her voice against mine.
He wouldn't say it. He didn't say that. He just said he wouldn't pull up. What I look like pulling up on an old woman.
Nah, he also he did another. I'm telling you, come on, do this. I heard it. He said that too. He said the pull up part, but in another video, he also said he's not gonna say to a woman's face what he says on YouTube.
Okay, so then say another video, because in that video he didn't say
right. That. No, it was not.
Yeah.
It was in a different video.
And in that video, he said if a woman talked shit to him, he'll talk shit to her. And he didn't say where he was. Yeah.
Right. But that's not good enough for me. For me, for my taste, that's not good enough. That you don't get to do that. That's not how it works. Now, it's like he said, but listen, he's not even. They like to say this with no proof. Well, if a woman disrespects me, then I can disrespect her. Well, show me where Toothless disrespected you. Well, show it to me. Show me where Lupus Lady, Doe Eyes disrespected you. Show it to me. This is not me. This is just me speaking. You know what I mean? The truth. Show it. Show where all these people disrespected you for you to do this to them. If you're saying that they would have to disrespect you, so show it. Where did Toothless disrespect you to be called out of her name like you did? To talk about her private parts like you have? To talk about her dad and family and mom like you have? What disrespect did she show you for you to go that far?
None.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what he's saying is BS. That's my point. You don't gotta disrespect him first for him to disrespect you back. He's just gonna find a reason.
First.
You don't gotta do nothing. Nothing.
All you have to do is be. All you have to do is be. If you be,
all you have to.
Then he would choose you.
Go ahead. Ask Ty. Ask Ty what he did. What, he didn't stand up to fight Kwame? What the hell does that got to do with Skinny? Or any of us, to be honest. What, you lost respect for him as a man? Cool. Unsubscribe. Move the hell on. Why do you keep talking about the guy like he did something to you personally? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did he do, bro? He didn't go there for you. He went there for himself because of what Mondo had been saying about his daughter. Mondo hit all weekend. I believe TY slipped up and got ran up on. But what did he do to you for you to be like that? For you to switch up? Like, that doesn't make no sense. What, he made you look bad? How? If anything, he made himself look bad. And let him get over that. Let him work his way through that. You didn't have to pile on. Nobody said you couldn't comment on it, but you didn't have to pile on. Right? Isn't everything about it who we like? All of a sudden, it stopped being about who we like? All of a sudden, you stopped liking TY and then you wanted to call it down the middle all of a sudden? Especially when Kwame's involved? When you've never called anything down the middle with Kwame?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're gonna call this down the middle?
He didn't even know TYEC.
Exactly. He's trying to have his cake and eat it too. How can someone that you didn't know him embarrass you then? Who cares?
Bree made a good statement. Why should we ask T. Rob, Rashida, Brown Skin Lady, and the others? Toothless is right here. And we do know the answer to that.
No, well, we see, but it's, Bree, it's people don't believe it until it's them, right? Until it's happened to somebody they like. Remember the going notion is Skinny never goes after someone who doesn't go after him first.
That's what they say.
Always say that he has the whole sector saying that. Everyone knows Skinny never goes after someone until they go after them first. Everyone doesn't know that because I haven't said shit about him. I made a post in Armando's chat regarding random, and he took my post and switched up that I was against him and Gil. You tell me what my post had to do with him. Nothing. He didn't need a reason. He didn't need it. He can make one up. That's my point. Just like he made one up on Toothless. I've come to the. This is how I understand it now. Toothless, you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Your for lack of a better term, love that you have for Suge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Skinny figured he can never be your number one. He was always going to be behind Suge.
Okay.
Right? And then when he saw you openly, it wasn't just you, it was Pete Game was saying it, Ryan was in there saying it. We was all saying it about, Gil would be great with Suge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gil should hit the link here. And at this moment, remember, Skinny pretty much had Gil monopolized. He was literally only doing his show, and then once a while he would pop up on TY show. But he was mostly basically every night be on Skinny. So the notion that you were going to take it, that's a cash cow. Now, Gil don't have to give Skinny money out of his pocket for him to be giving Skinny money, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
When Gil's in the chat, that's attracting people. People want to show off in front of Gil that they got money, and they want to give Skinny. You feel me?
They do. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what he was doing. So he didn't want to share Gil with Suge. And when you just constantly saying it, remember I told you, not everyone's voice travels the same. I might have to say something 55 times, and you can say it once, and more people are going to hear you say it than me. Because for a simple reason, you have more respect in the sector. I'm just being honest. More people love you than me. Or let me say loved you than me.
Yep, he did that thing.
Going on. I don't know what's going on nowadays. I don't know what's going on nowadays.
Tell the truth.
You know what I mean? But so what I'm saying is, you saying, "Hey, Gil should be coming to Suge's more," and Peep Game saying it, it doesn't hurt the same when Peep Game says it. When you say it, it hurts more because you have more pull. You're gonna have more people. You're gonna sway more people. I'm just speaking truth. That's the reason why you said earlier, hey, I would just show up to a chat. Next thing I know, I would have a ranch. Because people trusted you. They knew that, you're an elderly woman. That you wasn't on no fuck shit. You don't want to mod on fuck shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reason. So when you was out there basically promoting Gil and Suge teaming up, you became a public enemy to Skinny. You had to go.
Mm-hmm.
So he made you recorded Armando? Yeah. What the fuck does that got to do with you? Sorry for the cussing. The hell does that got to do with you? And then fast forward how many months? He's recording his friend Travis and TY. And there's not a peep. Not a, hey, why would you do that? Hey, recording this. Remember you were about to go to jail for recording?
Mm-hmm.
But Skinny not going to jail. No mention of it. No talk of.
Ex-convict
That's
is
stupid.
not going to go to jail.
I know it's not illegal. I know. But no mention of, like, how can you record your friend? Why would you betray your friend like that? Travis never did nothing to you. all this stuff, right? Nothing, because it was their friend, it was the person who they liked did it. But he used, what I'm saying is he used a made up reason. Once again, you recording Armando had no reason for Skinny to fall out with you. That doesn't make no damn sense. Makes no sense. It's what he was doing, and he was looking for a reason to fall out, and he found it. He tried to use that as the reason.
Yeah.
And when that didn't work, right? And when that didn't work, and you done innocently, literally, you're talking about a house, his garage, and you couldn't even see nothing, like empty garage, not even any kids' bikes. He then switched it to you talking about his kids. And then he slipped up, and he's in the lawsuit he's in now because of what he called you.
And he said, talking about his kids' toys. What?
Right.
Your
Right.
kids' toys?
Again, made up reason. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Made up reason. Because the first made up reason didn't work. The first reason it didn't click, it didn't stick, because at the end of the day, everyone knows Mondo's a liar, and you record someone who's not very truthful. And if you're Skinny, you're worried that you got recorded. That means you were worried that you were lying too. That's what you're telling us. You was lying up there, and you worried that Toothless recorded you too.
That's what it was. But since he recorded all conversations, since we found out, why don't he play the ones he recorded of me? What would keep him from playing them if they didn't go like I said?
But what keeps his chat? I know the obvious answer, but what keeps his chat from saying, "Yo, man, that's messed up that you recorded Travis, bro. That's messed up, man." Like, didn't you get upset that see, if I'm still in there, right? And let's say I never got close with you, right? And I never spoke up for you, and I'm still in the Skinny thing, which would never be by all this crap he's done. I'd have to say that, yo, hold up. You got mad that Toothless recorded Armando, but you're recording Travis. So you can't have that. Now, one person in that chat said that. Now, one person had enough balls to say that.
I'm with Bree. Play the tape, Skinny. Play the tape.
He don't got no tapes. He don't got no tapes. He got the idea from you.
Mm-hmm. Play the tapes.
He wasn't recording till he got the idea from you. For all you know, his dumb butt probably thought you couldn't record. And now that he knows that you could, right? Depending on the state you're in, he knows that he knows that he could. So he's like, I'm gonna do it too. Use it for content.
Bree said, not me. Play the tape, Skinny. Regina says, Bree X, that bus is short and sounds like it's overcrowded. Too many licking the windows in the back. And I say, play the tape, Skinny. Let me see. Where is play the tape, Skinny? What do my songs look like they gone? There's no doxing, Mondo. Hey, there's a whole lot of bullying going on YouTube. A lot of screenshotting and stalking and harassing. There was this guy named Mondo. He used to say he stood with me against bullying until he decided to take my campaign and turn it into a movement for We Stand and two other women that he and the WWE tag team partner that he shares used to bully. I said, no, thank you. And I walked away. But while I was there, I noticed he'd find out information against people that he say he was against. And the next thing we know, we heard all of this stuff about their families. They call it something. What is it? Doxing? Oh, beep, 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 beep. No doxing, Mondo. Beep, beep. No doxing on YouTube. Beep, 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 beep. No doxing Mondo. Beep, 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 beep. No doxing on YouTube. Beep, 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 beep. It seems like you want to really be a part of something great. If you want to be a part of the lawsuit, have your attorney to contact me. I present myself. Or just wait until I decide to add you to the suit. You can do it however you choose. But just remember, LexisNexis is not affiliated with YouTube. And you didn't get it from just anywhere. So it's going to be interesting with you and the organization as you explain all of this doxing. Beep, 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 beep. I'm really amazed that the organization haven't given us up and gotten so angry at us.
There is no more. Really... When was the last time you heard of the organization?
I haven't.
No, I'm being serious. Now, I know you don't watch him, right? You would have heard it from me, but you know, I don't know the last time I heard it. The last I heard the organization is when he said the organization told him to leave TY alone, but he's back to talking about him. So, are you going against the organization, sir? Sir, are you going against the wishes of the organization, sir? Did the organization leave you, Mondo Black? Is the organization gone? Did the organization realize that you was nothing but a YouTuber? What happened to all the Bus Life shoutouts?
Oh, he's not shouting out Bus Life anymore?
How come? I have a question for real. This is for real though. You know, Mondo, this is for you, bro. Kwame be having them big ass panels with a bunch of people. To me, I mean, no offense if anyone's listening. To me, they're not even like big content creators. Like, I'm gonna call them nobodies, but do not get offended. I don't mean like in real life because I don't know nothing about you guys. So like, you can easily be one of those people, Mondo, on the panels. Why don't you ever hit it? Why don't you hit it and show us your skills? We want to see the mic skills over there. We wanted you on audio or video hanging from Kwame's nuts, so we can have proof of it. I want to frame it. So I want you up there. One of these times, so we can hear you. No, seriously. How come he's never been up there? You ever thought about that?
I seen him up there one time, but he wasn't saying that. He was just up there with the mask on.
With the picture?
You know, the avatar with the mask? Mm-hmm. All those people was talking. He wasn't saying a word. It was like he was, a picture in a frame.
You know me, knowing me, I did a joke. I called him out on that. I said, bro, why the hell do you have a mask on in an avatar picture? Like, you know what I mean? In your avatar. He said, he didn't know what to say. He came back and said, it looks better. I'm war ready. It looks like I'm war with a mask, bro. You're war ready with a mask? Really? I just let it go, but
remember,
I had to call him out on it.
It was a YouTube war.
No, it's a war. No, it's not a YouTube war. It's a war in his mouth with some teeth that fell out.
Okay.
That's what it is. That's that missing tooth he don't want people to see. Who says this? Toothless. If you're not missing any teeth, right? Would you say this? Hey, a lot of 50-year-olds be missing one or two teeth, but I'm not one of them. I have all my teeth. Why would you bring up what a lot of 50-year-olds are missing a tooth, one or two teeth, if you have all of yours? Why would you bring that up? How does that make sense? He goes, you're 30 talking about my teeth. You know, once you hit 50, a lot of 50-year-olds are missing one or two teeth. But, I'm not one of them. Like, why would you even bring that up if you're not one of them? That doesn't make sense. Only way you would bring it up is if you're one of them.
But what about he know a lot of 64-year-olds that have their teeth?
Right. Yeah. So, thanks for bringing that up. And then he just said there's 50-year-olds with missing one or two teeth. And then I'm talking about 30 seconds later, he said, but I know a 64-year-old that have all their teeth. So 50-year-olds are missing 1 or 2 teeth, but when they get to 64, all their teeth are there. They come back. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's up, Christy O?
Christy O.
She's made a return appearance.
Yeah, one while they was talking about you.
She didn't get enough dosage of her Toothless for the night. She came back for something more. She needed a little bit more Toothless.
Regina and Briex says, keep feeding the nonsense. It just continues to get regurgitated. That ends when people get tired of it. I want to get back to the knowledge and great commentary from our Toothless Tiger.
That's a great segue, right? And I'm probably up here not doing that, but believe it or not, what Toothless is doing is what she's here for.
Tell the truth.
So
say it loud.
So
you are Armenian, KGB, Russian, and proud.
How can she tell Asiatic people, right, to stand up and take what's rightfully theirs, right, if she's not standing up for herself? How's she gonna tell other people to fight and the pen is mightier than the sword if she's not gonna use that pen?
How can she live a life?
It's like you come here for one reason and you're doing that, and then this whole iceberg comes and hits your boat. Now, you could either sink or you can continue teaching in a different way. You're still teaching though. You're teaching what you live in. In that moment, you were teaching the things you learned, right? And you were spreading it. Right. Right now, you're living a literal court case. So you're teaching that. You're teaching every day, every show. Now, is it the same style of teaching where you were bringing people on and interviewing them? No, it's different. It is different. It's not the same. But to say, just to make a blank statement that you should get back to doing what you came here to do, you are doing what you came here to do.
I am. You know, my whole story has been, I came to share who? Me. My experiences. That's what I came to share.
If you didn't talk about this, living it as painful as it is, you would be lying. You would be lying. You would be living not your truth. You would be putting up a front.
If I wasn't being me,
what's the number one thing? What's the number one thing people want from a YouTuber, or at least for me, it's authenticity.
Yeah, I want authenticity
it's
anywhere.
Authenticity. I mean, that's what I want. I don't want if you're going through something, right? I don't need you to hide that from me. If you want to hide that from me, that's different. But I don't need you to. You're free to be open and express yourself, whatever you're going through. And if that means that for a moment or two, you're not exactly talking about this, but you are talking about it, but it's not exactly talking about it. It's your life and you're living it. You know what I'm saying? This is like literally real life.
Real life.
This consumes you. You sit there for 8, 10, 12 hours writing. Not briefs. Is it briefs? Is that the word I'm looking for?
A brief, motions.
Motion.
Yes.
All pleading, that. How you gonna do that for 8 hours, right? And then get on here and pretend like you didn't just do that.
And shit, I do that on all of my downtime. On my downtime, right. I'm reading and writing.
That's what I mean. Like, you would be living a lie. And I don't want that. I don't want that from any YouTube content creator. Unless you're out here, let's say you're teaching math. And your job is to come out here every day for 1 hour, once a week for 2 hours, and you teach math. Then, okay, maybe you wouldn't want to bring your personal things in it, right? Because I'm just trying to learn math. But you're literally talking about your life experience and what you've learned, and you're trying to pass that knowledge on. This is another life experience that you're learning now, that you're living now and passing on. And so the notion that you're not doing what you're here to do is not. It's just not true.
Yeah, some people may not experience it, but it's a lot of people all over YouTube that are actually experiencing the same thing, and they don't know how to deal with it. Like a lot of people want to know, how can you serve somebody on YouTube? How can you serve somebody on YouTube? Well, you got to get a court order. So now you got to learn how to get the court order. But nobody wants to know that. After they heard that, then, bye. But if somebody going to take that knowledge, somebody's going to look up the Constitution in their state. Somebody's going to look at...
Toothless, remember when you first mentioned suing?
Mm-hmm.
How appalled everybody was? Oh, man, how are you? This is YouTube. And not everyone's talking about suing. And no one's going to say nothing? Even people who are telling you didn't have a case and how ridiculous your case was, have a 50 million time lesser case than you, talking about suing?
Yes.
Talking about, you said I was a private detective. I'm going to sue you. What? What? So let me get this straight. Toothless, who's called a child predator, right?
Right.
She doesn't have a case. But you were called a detective, a private detective, a private eye, and you have a case. Do people listen to themselves when they speak? Do they understand? Does he understand that he has told you that you don't have a case? Now he can't say how he has a case when his case is less than yours. Well, he has no case. And he just sounds ridiculous. He just sounds like a moron. Straight up. It's laughable. It's like, okay, I'm a basketball coach, right? Accuse me of being a college professor. How dare you? How dare you? I'm going to sue you. How dare you accuse me of being a college professor? I'm a basketball. What? Bro, there's nothing negative about a private investigator. There's nothing bad about it.
And I didn't tell them that.
And remember, I know you didn't. And remember, you said you had a recovery agency. You said
that you can find anybody and their information.
Don't that sound like a private investigator to me?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right. And you even
Rick
said that.
said there is no fronting. Backing off from certain topics or people for a while is a strategic move at the moment, as not everything can be said or heard. As I don't understand that statement. I honestly don't, because number one, I don't talk about certain people and topics every time I talk. But I'm going to talk about what Cheryl wants to talk about whenever I talk. That's what it's going to be. No more and no less. A lot of people say, don't even talk about your case. Before I could even fill out the forms good, my whole life was on YouTube.
Right.
So until they're attacking you, then you fight at your fight. And I hope you win. Because I fight to win. This is not a game for me. This is really my life. And until you live it, it sounds real good. Because you could easily log off and never come back on YouTube again. It doesn't stop the craziness and the stuff that people has put out about you. It's not going to stop until you stop it. And I believe in doing me. I don't believe in turning my stuff over to nobody.
I just think it's like it's a great concept, right? Hey, like, try not to talk about it, but it's when you're living it, and it's pain, right? And this is a lot of this is therapy.
I'm getting therapy, but I'm getting therapy I don't need, because all this consuming and taking over, I don't need that. Nobody's doing that to you, and you need to break away. But I live this. Mm-hmm. So nobody can tell me how to do it. Nobody.
No, it's the and a lot of people, I don't know a lot of people, but like I believe Bree's coming from a good place.
I'm not
And
saying
so
we're
is
not coming from a
and
good
I know,
place.
I know. And so is
Regina's coming
Regina.
from a
And
good
so is
place.
Regina.
Yeah, I believe they
What,
both are coming from a good place for them.
well, what it is it's almost like we're asking too much. We're asking too much not to. It's not as easy as it sounds. Just to ignore it. It's not as easy as it sounds. When you're living it, like she said, when you're up all night, reading up on things and writing, taking 8 hours to type up or something, and as you're living it, it's hard to turn that off now and just come to YouTube and pretend like you didn't just do that.
And I'm not even talking about any of that. This is the thing, though. It's hard to turn off any of it, but look at my videos and tell me how many that I've spent my whole show talking about just these people. I'm going to talk about these people whenever I get ready.
Some of that is my fault. I'm up here yapping and giving my 2 cents.
That ain't your fault. No, I'm not going to even allow it. I'm not going to allow that. That's not your fault. You know, we talk all the time. So I know you. And you're not coming from a bad place. None of you all are coming from a bad place. But that's just like that guy Greg telling me to just let it go. That's skinny. You just got to leave it alone or you're going to go dark. And then Armando, you're dark. What?
Oh, no, I sent you dark. The KGV is here.
Everybody made me dark. But the thing of it is...
How am I one of the most positive people here? Now, you might not call me positive. That's why I said one of the most positive people here, right? Mm-hmm. Now, how am I one of the most positive people here, but I'm turning everything dark? But yet I'm in the chat, and it seems like sometimes I'm the only one with the light.
The only one.
I'm the only one with any...
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how am I the one? How am I the one bringing darkness here when I'm the one, you know, like bringing light into to these stories? You know what I'm saying? I'm not here. If you notice, I don't get any enjoyment out of people fighting. I don't. Is it a little entertaining for like 5 minutes to hear a couple of jokes back and forth? But then it's the same joke. It's the same thing. How many times can you hear somebody call somebody a B word? How many times? How many times? How many times can you call somebody a BAN before it's just old as shit? It is stupid. How many times?
No, we can't. That's how I lived 64 years. I fought some of the biggest giants in this world. And trust me, again, nobody tells me how to fight. And if don't nobody want to hear how I fight, it's nothing I can do about that. But y'all have a choice. I don't know how many people really, but I have the same amount of y'all that show up. And I'm the same me. It's not going to change. I can't live something and not teach it and not show it. And there's never a time
and also,
on my screen that I don't teach.
Never.
And a lot of the stuff that y'all, let me stop you, ass. A lot of the stuff that y'all want to hear, or y'all say y'all want to hear, that I've learned, I've given keys. I've even told people if they email me, I'll give them the documents that they can do some research. And none of you have asked for any of that information. And there are certain things YouTube don't want me to say. And certainly not about who we are as a people. A lot of people in this world don't want us to wake up. And a lot of us don't want to wake up. Because then we got to give up some things. And then when you tell people what they got to give up, they start calling you an atheist. And you mean no right. And you ain't no good. So you damned if you do and if you damned if you don't. But I'm not a martyr for anybody. I came to YouTube to share me, my life experience, what I've learned, and what I learned on my journey on who we were before we were slaves. So at no point in time am I not going to talk about me and what affects me. And no psychology and nobody's opinion is going to sway that. And I don't know any other way to say that.
I just believe you can address things and talk about things without it consuming you. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to consume you. Just because I'm up here like talking about it now, it doesn't mean like, oh, it's been killing me inside. I had to say it. I had to come up here. You know what I'm saying? It's not consuming me.
No,
now,
I love
because now it consumes me a little bit when I'm talking to Toothless, like off of YouTube, right? And what she's going through, and I'm sharing her pain with her. But like she said, I'm not living this. I'm living it a little bit through her, like we all are, right? I might be living it through her a little bit more than you guys because I have a little bit more contact with her off of YouTube. But at the end of the day, this is her real life. Like for real, like she's literally, as she's living life, she's teaching as she's going. As she's living it, she's teaching it. Now, is it the same? Does she have a person on every once a week interviewing them, right? Doing that? No, that's not.
I wouldn't do that while these people are doxing people.
You wouldn't. Who would?
No.
What? You doing that? You would be wrong. Why would you put? See, not because they wouldn't know what's going on over here. They would come because they're gonna come. They're doing an interview. But by the time the interview is over, their whole life is gonna be on one of these pages that Skinny has. On one of these fake pages. Going back to the person's kids, grandkids, and all this. Right? Just to mess up, you can't do that. You can't put somebody through that.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, because I have...
Listen, I have to step away. As crazy as it got, I have to step away. I have to step away. Because I didn't know how it was going to get. I stepped away because people start calling the high school that I volunteer at. They don't even have enough cojones to give their real name. Talk about Skinny TV. Mr. Skinny TV called. Who's that? Some dude that's not even willing to give his name. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So once I let my school know what's going on over here and what I'm actually doing here, I'm able to be here now. I'm able to share my opinions just like y'all are. No one can, just because I coach high school basketball, it doesn't make my opinion any less.
That's true.
I mean, yes, there's certain things that I can't do here, and I'm telling you that I'm not doing those things. Now, you guys can go ahead and send any tape you want, any video, any clippings you want. Be my guest. But make sure you're ready to back that up. Because if something happens to me and my volunteer job, I'm coming for you and your job.
That's not a threat. That's a promise.
No, because that's not how it works. You can't just you can't be anonymous and file a report like that. You would have to give your whole information. And then guess what? In a lot of states, calling someone's job, that's harassing and bullying. That's a crime.
Yeah, Bree, it's a lot of things that's going on for real that people are really not aware of, but they're going on, that they're actually going on. I've received text threats on my life, my sons, my sisters, her grandson.
I received threats. I was told that the Turks should have, killed me off during the Armenian genocide. There's pictures of my kids saying my kids and my baby mama saying they missed the Turks missed too. So these is vile. These are actual crimes.
And the show that I
that doesn't understand what Skinny doesn't understand. What he did to me is called a hate crime. Once he brings out the Armenian genocide and he brings Turks and Armenians and knowing the history, it becomes a hate crime. He's basically threatening my life. That's what he's doing. That is a terroristic threat, what he did to me. Now that's what that is. That's not my opinion.
Your thought process.
That's exactly what that is. Yeah.
And then they had asked, they put a picture up of the child and the lady and talking about they're going to do this to them. And then they've made the same threat with me and my family, and we're going to be dead by this time. And they wasn't talking about I'm going to drop dead like they always say. I don't talk about all the stuff that these people has really done and said, although I've spoken about them when it was needed. I talk about things.
If the principal doesn't fire me, they were going to come to the school and hurt the kids. Stuff like this.
And they
this
put
is what
all
we're
of
dealing
this,
with. This is the kind of.
They put all this on the wall, and they have copies of it in my court case. This is real.
This is the kind of mental illness we're talking about.
And I don't call it mental illness.
Because that's an excuse, and you don't want to give him one. I get it.
Exactly. These are deliberate actions and decisions that people are making, and they're funding this by giving in the name of doing stuff to me and my family.
I was actually calling the chat people mentally ill, and no offense, by the way, because the content creators, they're just scamming people. This guy's just a skinny mister. He's just a YouTube panhandler. It's the chat people who are falling for it that I'm calling mentally ill. The ones that can't see through it.
And they're not
mentally ill. Or the ones that don't want to see through it.
They don't want to see through it. They don't want to deal with their own lives. That's what it is. They don't want to deal with their realities because they're too caught up in this craziness. And when I came on tonight, I came on with a purpose. If you look at what I said from the beginning, there is a price. It's a price for everything you do, for success and for failure. And this is for the people who may still want to be on YouTube, but given what has happened to me, may be afraid to start their own channel. I'm just telling them the pitfalls that happened to me, and they can avoid them, because I thought we all was about supporting one another. But you really can't support everybody. You really can't type in everybody's chat. Everybody talking about they're a free thinker and they can say what they want and they can do this. No, that's not true. All you got to do is type what somebody perceived to be wrong. You don't have to say anything wrong. And they'll go back and tell the content creator with their spin on it. The content creator can read what you said. They won't read it in their mind. They'll read it in the manner in which the narrator told the story. And so they're not going to even look for reasons. See, that's what the narrative is. They don't want to look at reality. And I'm encouraging people, no matter what, if you do your due diligence and research and find out the YouTube guidelines and the policies and procedures with YouTube, if you would go to the YouTube studio, and especially if you are a studious-minded person, I am an analytical thinker, but I'm not analytical in the fact of being mechanical with my hands. I don't have that ability. I don't even like computers. I'm not technologically sound, but there are some real technological people out here. It is some things you can do just by going to the YouTube studio and going and learn what all YouTube offers. You can still be a YouTuber. That's my thing, is don't give up in spite of what I'm going through, because I won't give up. And I gave some things that you could do so that you can proceed on if this is what you want to do. And be cautious when people come to you saying they want to help you with your channel, because 9 times out of 10, it is not true. Even though you pay them for their services, they're gathering information on you so that whenever they decide to turn, they have all your information. They've already been to your Facebook, looked up everybody on your Facebook, got a list of your friends, and they start sending them stuff, because they do that too. Someone just hacked me just recently, trying to sign in as me, sending all of my friends and family new friend requests. These are the games people play, and you know what they'll say? Oh, this is just social media. I don't care what it is, but this is not happening to everybody on social media. It's not.
Skinny Mister and Mondo are a lot alike in this way, and I'll just leave it at that because I gotta head out, get back to my work. They're a lot alike in this way. They'll say, well, I don't have time to watch everything, right? And they'll have other people watching it, but in reality, they're so weak-minded they can't watch people talking about them. They can't sit there in the chat and listen to people talking negative about them. They're weak-minded. They're really weak individuals. It's not that they don't have the time to go watch these. They can't for their own mental health. So Mondo, I was that for Armando. I would be in the chat and I would listen to it. And I would tell him, because he's so fragile, I would tell him what he needed to know, not to go crying. And then it's the same with Skinny Mister. You don't, and then that goes to your point. That's where the narrative comes in. When you don't get the context of what someone said, or if it's a screenshot, right? It's hard to understand what else is going on in that chat when that screenshot happened. So then they're just reading it for what it is, or just hearing a 30-second clip. Then Toothless is right. It ends up being it's not that the whoever sent the content creator the audio, he's the one with, or she's the one with the issue with you, and now they're gonna use the content creator to make that issue known. You know what I'm saying? That's the narrative they're pushing. But it's in reality, it's because Skinny's too weak and Mondo's too weak to go sit there and watch people talk about them. It's not the easiest thing to do, by the way.
No, it's not.
It is not the easy. My weird butt enjoys it. As long as you're not lying on me. No, I don't like the lying crap. If you're not lying on me and you were really roasting, meaning like you're making fun of my eyebrows, how hairy I am, whatever, fat. You know what I'm saying? The typical whatever. That's cool. That's what I thought YouTube was. You know what I mean? As long as it's not lying, it's whatever. But it's when the lying comes in. It's this dude. So this dude really said, and you guys all remember this, or maybe you don't. He said I was part of a child sex trafficking ring.
Yeah.
Like at night when I'm YouTubing, when I'm door dashing right now, he said I'm part of a sex trafficking ring.
Looking for little boys.
Right. Knowing that I coach at high school, he's saying that about me. And now one person said, "Well, what the hell is you saying, bro? Do you have proof of that? What are you talking about? Do you understand how defamatory that is? Do you understand what kind of lawsuit?" He knows that too, by the way. He knows he messed up about that. That's why he's so mad at me. That's gonna stay in the back of my pocket if and when I need it. He's gonna have to answer that one day. What he meant by that.
You have a year.
Oh, I have a year. Is that the law? See, thank you for telling me. Didn't know that. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah. You have a year to file a defamation claim.
All right. Thanks for letting me up here. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hearing me blabber and not click away. Thanks for letting me vent. By the way, this is a little bit of my therapy too. Don't think it's not. It's for all of us. You guys are too. Bree, you're here with a little getaway, right? That's what we're all doing. Whatever is going on in our life, this is our little. It's supposed to be fun. Let's not take that away.
Yes. As Bree said something beautiful. She said, "Please do not assume that I do ask. We can get along. I am here for you too. You got a voice in here. Just think it's time you two take them on their channel or sue them." So
I be in their channels too, Bree. I don't think you think. I be there. I'm there. People don't want me there because I speak the truth, and they usually just block me. But I'm there.
And I don't go there.
I chose to stop going on their panels because of the crap that was going on. I chose that, and I just I wanted to stay away from it, and I still want to stay away from it. And if you haven't noticed, I am different. I came in with a different mindset this time around, and I'm not going back to that. That's it. That's it. I'm gonna stay on my square, on my morals.
That's true, Regina.
And I'm gonna stick to that.
That's true, Regina. That's very true. Regina says, we know Ed Briggs. Toothless knows who truly supports her. She also knows some of us are going to speak our opinions and keep it 100 with only good intentions. We independent thinkers here. And that's so very true.
I'm
And
gonna speak for myself. I love that. I
yeah,
expect
we
nothing
wouldn't
less,
have
and
it
I
any
know
other
Toothless.
way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has a right to speak.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna have to cut you off. I gotta pick up this food.
Let's see your ass.
I'll talk to you guys. Thank you again, okay. Toothless. I'll talk to you. Thanks,
You know,
everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Everybody has an opinion, and everybody has a right to speak their opinion. With me, I don't mind you speaking your opinion, but with me, that's all it is your opinion, and that's the same with mine. But when it comes to me and what has happened to me, I would do this anywhere. I've done it too many times before. I've been the only Asiatic on jobs where I had to really fight, and it was my livelihood. Some jobs I've had to be on, and I was off work for 4 months without pay. Without pay. Oh, I ended up getting paid, but I had to pay my rent, my car note. My son had to go to school. He had to have lunch money, clean clothes. But I had to do what I had to do because I am the tiger in the tiger's den and the lioness in nature. On the Serengeti, I am. And I'll do what I need to do for me to the death of me. And I'm a person, I talk about stuff all the time. That's what I do. And if you're not knowing me, then you only know, you're getting to know me because this is who I am. I'm like this whether I'm on camera or if I'm not on camera. And let me come back on camera. That's what I do. You see, everybody probably, some have read Sun Tzu and some has read, or some have read Ecclesiastes, but it's a time and a place for everything under the heavens. So it is written. And I truly believe that. It's a time and a place for everything. And everybody can march alongside you. But I believe in the you factor, and I teach this all the time. You have to do the work. You feel the pain. Other people are affected by it. So you cannot pretend that it don't affect other people, especially if they have any kind of feelings for you. But that's why I don't play the games that people play. But I do what I do. I don't talk about people like they talk about people. But I make parody songs. I do what I do so that I can go to sleep at night, sleep very good, wake up, and start a new day. And I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. I'm forever reading and writing. You see, because still, the judge still has to make a decision once Google make their answer. Because they have until around the 7th of June, maybe a little bit longer, but definitely around the 7th of June before they have to make an answer. The judge can't make a decision on whichever way it goes until then. Bree, nobody is policing you against me. If you're talking about Asator, he knows that you feel like he feels. And the most important thing, like I'm going to tell you, like I told Lazy when you was bouncing him out of the thing, you know how I feel. That's what's important. But he wasn't talking down or against you. I didn't hear that, but he was talking to you, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, we don't live in fantasy. We don't live in the metaverse. We live in the real world. And it's really real. It's really real. And I was so happy when I seen you come back, Bree, because I remember in the very beginning, you always used to try to get me to read. You wanted me to read. And that meant so much. You know, it's this. It's the people that I've connected with and that connect with me and keep coming back. I have not left y'all. I just know it's some things I'm going to have to do different because we're in bad times right now. And that's why I tried my best to try to show us if we could get a handle on what's really going on in this world, we could really understand, understand, and overstand how we can make it happen. A change, you know, because change starts with an individual. We're not going to ever be able to do it as a group because we see how groups work. And they don't always work for the greater good, like they say. You know, that's why we have people that sell us out. And then you wonder what happened. I think we should move like the theme song of the army. And that's an army of one moving toward the same goal. Once we reach it, we'll see a difference. Maybe Fuller says, anybody that controls 9 areas of our life, that is what? Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. We're living under the code of white supremacy racism. That's something that you're not just free to talk about like we should be able to talk about. Who we are, how we started out, where we come from. That's history that has been hidden from us for years. And then when you start explaining it to individuals, then you go into the martyr state. Because then you're looked at as being defiant, giving out false information. And then the people that you're sharing the information with, only a handful are interested in it. But it's some very, very interesting reading. It gets back to reading. That's what we have to do. Even to be able to function every day, most of us don't understand jurisdiction and how we don't even own our own bodies because we keep ourselves in contracts that keeps us in someone else's jurisdiction. It's really real. It's not conspiracy theories. It's not false information. It's not, I want to overthrow the government. It's learning who I am and learning to operate and function in the truth of who I am. We're not even viewed as adults. We're viewed as minors, minority. We know that we have matured, but we're not recognized as being matured unless we speak the language. Culture is in the language. If you don't know the language, you don't understand what's happening. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing told us that this thing that they call racism, this thing, it's not about race. There's only one race. It's the human race. It's about the genetics of our makeup. And we have the dominant gene and they have the recessive gene. And it's because of that, they are fighting for genetic survival. So we have to start looking at the things that are happening to us as such, genetic survival. And they're not going to move on their position. And they don't have to because they're in control. We must learn to move under the laws of the land that we have for us. And that a lot of us don't know anything about treaties. But the treaties and the Constitution, and that's the Constitution of your state, not just the Constitution for the United States, the Constitution of your state, the Constitution for the United States. And treaties are the supreme law of the land. But look at the attack that we have right now on the Supreme Court. And I don't know if it's good or if it's bad. I started looking at a hearing today, an FBI hearing on 3 FBI agents that were whistleblowers. And they've made it political. You know, the FBI is supposed to be an agency of bipartisanship. The same with the Justice Department. The same with the IRS. But we all know when we go to vote that each party put their top individuals in top positions in these agencies. But yet they say they're bipartisan. They're supposed to be so removed from the left and the right. They are supposed to be the center. But do we always see justice in that way? No, we don't. We talk about all the killings of the police officers, but we know nothing about the Casual Killing Act of 1666 and 1669. A lot of the things that happen to us are based on the doctrine of discovery. And what they do is, it's the same rules, they just change the name for the times. The same rules change the name for the times. But there was a time when they didn't see us as difference in race. We were just people. We don't know that time because ever since we've been born, all we know is what they tell us to check on a piece of paper. And that's who we become, who someone say they are. Not only did it have a snake in it, it had a murderer too. It had a murderer too. It's just like the gun issue and everybody getting shot down. You know, a lot of people say it's not about the gun. But what is it about if it's not about the gun? That's absolutely what it's about. But we don't want to have the gun conversation. Talking about the state mind is in. Well, if you didn't have a gun to shoot somebody with, it doesn't matter what state of mind you're in. If you didn't have a gun, we know they wouldn't get shot that night. Hi, Allison. Greetings, glad you made it. We know that they wouldn't get shot. So how is it not about the gun? Dr. Francis Chris Wilson gave us a beautiful, beautiful illustration. Because of the fear of the annihilation of a race of people, they says to you, Asiatic man, you have weapon that can destroy us. So we make weapon to destroy you. That's the gun. There was a time they wasn't even using guns. Now, they came up with the cannon and the cannonball, but in wars, they were fighting with spears, with knives, maybe even forks and spoons, pots and pans. They were not fighting with guns. They were not doing that. But now, they're fighting with guns. And then a lot of people were upset because everybody has the right to bear arms. We can't get upset about that. There was a time a mirror was considered an arm for us. We couldn't even own a mirror because you could break the glass and harm someone. We couldn't own a hammer, but yet we had to build buildings. But we couldn't own that hammer. We couldn't take it with us. That is so very true. And then if we understood that system. Bree said the court have words that can destroy you. That's true. Why do you think that they make it so very hard for individuals and they tell you you can't give legal advice? And you can't. You can't give legal advice. But you can definitely read. If you have an understanding of words, you can definitely read. And if you don't understand a word, that's why it's always best to read with a dictionary. But now we have these, I say it all the time, these computers. We have them, and you can just ask. And if you can't pronounce the word, you can write it in your computer and hit the sound button, and it'll tell you how to pronounce the word. But it'll definitely give you the definition and the meaning of the word. And then you can go to the etymology dictionary and see the origin of the word. You'd be surprised. And you definitely need a legal dictionary, because some of the words we use in our everyday vernacular are not used in the law dictionary. And you're dealing with law, so you want to know what's the law definition of these words. Not just what the dictionary say the words are. You want to know from a law perspective. And the good thing about the law dictionaries, the older ones are much better than the ones they're making now, because what they're doing now is taking more and more case law out of the dictionaries. So that's making it harder for you to represent yourself, because you're thinking that these lawyers know all this great stuff, and they do know. But one good thing that they learned out of all those years of going to school, because it doesn't become great until you practice something. It doesn't matter what it is. What they learn is how to research, where to go, the tools they have to use to give you what you need. That's what higher learning does for you. Teaches you how to find things that the ordinary person perhaps can't find. Teaches you discipline, which you should start discipline at a young age, especially our sons. We got to teach it to both, but especially our sons. That's one thing Dr. Umar says that I always will give him credit for, and to teach our sons that discipline, self-discipline, is going to be your best friend. Self-discipline. It's just like the talking. So many of us, I don't know if y'all look at the court shows and stuff. I look at the court shows, the police shows and stuff like that. And you look at, many times people get stopped. There is a thing called Miranda rights. They only read you those rights when you're going to be arrested, or if you've been arrested. But you're taught in those rights, and we've all heard it enough to know that don't talk to the police. And that's not the time to show your bravery. But we know that some of us have been killed, and we didn't get an opportunity to speak to the police. They just gunned us down anyway. So you have rogue people in every walk of life. But the thing I want you to understand is, when they say don't talk to the police, don't talk. Unless you have a lawyer present. Because any and everything you say can be used against you. And like I explained before, we teach our children a lot of things, but we don't teach them how to live. We don't teach them the things that they're going to need to know to help them make it. We should require our children to know, not word for word, not verbatim, but our children should know that there are 7 articles to the Constitution for the United States and 10 amendments. That's what they call the true Constitution. All other amendments were added, but the first 10 goes with the organic the original Constitution. Discipline, focus, reading, researching, practice. These are principles of life. And a lot of people don't get these principles. Some of us don't get them until we're adults and find them out on our own, even though our parents may have taught us from each one of these disciplines. But some children don't get to hear that. They honestly don't. They talk about how bad the children are today. The children are no different today than they were since Adam and Eve. The children are no different. It's the change of life and what's going on in life. Excuse me, y'all. Let me just take a swallow of water. Thank y'all. The tools have changed. The toys have changed. The mechanisms, the apparatuses have changed. But you know, it's just like they say about the street. The street, you know, never gets a loss. The street keeps on winning. Now, you may lose in the streets, but the game is the same. It's just different players. The game is the same. And whenever they come up with something new, there is somebody who's going to learn how to crack that, whatever it is. Who would have thought someone could hack into places? We had someone to hack into, they say, the Dallas Police Department computer system and Dallas housing appraisal, where they appraise homes and stuff like that. The police system, where many of people had to be let go because records were deleted. And we know that they have paper files as well as digital files. But we also know everything is going digital. It's going digital for a reason. If we don't know, then we might ought to just question by asking and researching, why is everything going digital? Since there's so much that they don't want us to talk about out loud. They don't want our children to know anything about our history because they said it's critical race theory, and they said that it's blaming the little European children for what happened to the Asiatics. That's so far from the truth. Critical race is a theory, and that's in college. It has nothing to do with schools, but they got governors throughout the United States voting so that they don't have critical race in schools. What sense do that make? They don't have it anyway. All been before. You know, it's written, there is nothing new under the sun. So I don't know why we keep acting like everything is brand new. There is no brand new. There is no brand new. Some of us discover it at different times. That's it. Until now, it's our time. That's so very true. Exactly, Bree, exactly. But you know, it's so many of us don't even have a concept that that's what's happening. You know, and I was having a conversation with my sister today, and you know, it's amazing how the big churches in our areas are, you know, teaming up with banks. And in our communities, the banks are just glorified check cashing places. Very few of us can walk into a bank in our neighborhoods and apply for a signature loan and be granted one. To apply for a car loan or a home loan and actually be granted one. But they'll let you come in and do your direct deposit. They'll let you come in and cash your check. They'll do that. And do you know some banks now won't even give change? And that's where you used to go to get the change, was from the bank. But now some banks in this city, in Dallas, Texas, you can't go to the bank and give change. But one of the biggest banks that's been known here recently to have the biggest scams of identity theft and people, withdrawing people's money and making credit cards and things like that has been Wells Fargo Bank. And then one of the largest churches in the city of Dallas has merged in an agreement with Wells Fargo, supposedly to help the people. How can this be? And we don't question it. We don't think about it. We don't wonder why. And then, of course, you better not talk about it. You better not talk about it. I had something that I had found I thought was very interesting. And it's from a psychology page. They have a lot of nice stuff there. And this is 8 things that's a part of life that you should know. Give me one moment. I thought I copied the name of it. I didn't. I want to tell the name of it. But I thought it was very interesting because it's so real. Okay, it's 8 psychological facts about attracting people. That's what it is. 8 psychological facts about attracting people. Number 1, if you are attractive, people of your gender will judge you harshly. So no matter what you are, if you're a man, then the man will talk about you more. If you're a woman, then the woman will talk about you, or the women will talk about you more. Number 2, men are instantly attracted to beautiful eyes. 3, mostly men prefer women without makeup or with light makeup. Number 4, when you make others laugh, you appear more attractive to them. Number 5, most people find narcissists more attractive than other people. And you love someone else until you love yourself, and narcissists fit into this very profile. Number 6, when you cut someone off from your life, they'll never tell the full story. They'll only tell you the part that makes you look bad and makes them look innocent. Number 7, if you want to catch someone's attention, suddenly look at them. Even if you don't move your head at all, will tend to do the trick. And number 8, humans are biologically wired to become attached to what's familiar, which is why we hold on to things even if they are bad for us. I thought that was very interesting. Very interesting. Regina says, these large banks and the unnecessary Federal Reserve Bank, we need to have a discussion on this topic. Yeah, I have a Federal Reserve video. I did a video. Some topics you can't really openly discuss because of the truth that comes with it. It's not allowed. And you can have it documented, written on paper, but they put it in the category of conspiracy theories. But that's so very true about the Federal Reserve Bank. But I did do a video about the Federal Reserve Bank. So I think it was one of my small videos, but it was a video. I didn't have a live discussion about it. Bree said there is no brand new, no modern times. but higher forces indoctrinating a changed and new world. That's so very true. That's so very true. And what they're trying to do is just reset themselves. Because all of us in time, you know, follow the history. Everybody had a time of ruling, you know, but some are just grittier than others and they want more time. But time is winding down. A lot of things that's going on in life that we don't have any knowledge of because they took away a lot of the sciences from us. They took away astrology and astronomy. They took away, you know, cosmology and cosmogony. They took away horticulture and agriculture. These sciences are very important. But if you have no concept that you need to know any of this, when you go and you look at Sister T's garden, she has a real full-fledged garden growing real vegetables. Just imagine if people would learn how to grow, but people are not interested in learning how to grow. She has a young man, Iceberg Thoughts. He has a very, very nice show, and I would recommend that you guys sub up to him. He's new, but he talks about mental health, and he's an ex-police officer from what I'm hearing from him, and he also has a garden, and he's planting a lot of things in pots, and I guess they're going to transfer it over in his yard, he and his wife, but he's growing things. Most of us don't have a concept. My mom used to have a big, beautiful garden. My sister and I, we don't even go in the backyard. And we haven't had a garden in years because my mom hasn't been with us in years. But we used to have, you know, the most beautiful greens and peppers, tomatoes, onions, squash, okra. And those are the kind of things that Sister T literally has in her garden. She even has strawberries, where she's taking off the strawberries and eating them. You know, I know Farmer Nancy has a garden. I don't know what all she has in her garden or how well her garden is growing, but she has a garden. Do you know if people would just tune in? You look at some of these garden channels, they have millions of people tuning in, but you know it's not us. We're not trying to learn anything to sustain us because life is going to get hard for us, and we don't seem to want to believe that. But we can tell by the prices of the food in the stores. I'm told now a dozen of eggs is almost $6 a dozen. Sticklers. Imagine, you used to get eggs for 99 cents. Sometimes you could get lucky and get 2 dozens for the price of one, 99 cents. And now eggs. Sometimes that was the only thing you had left in the house to eat between paychecks was a dozen of eggs. So you know you could boil you an egg or two until you got paid. Maybe grab you a piece of toast. Bread, $4, eggs, $6. That's $10. And all you have is bread and eggs. It's so much, really, that needs to be spoken. But people need to start reading and researching and then talk about something that they read or that they've researched or that they have knowledge of. I'm not all knowing and I'm not all knowledgeable. I just came on to share me what I know. But I'm interested in learning from you guys as well. Because I know Regina, you, Bree X, Sim Said So are some of the most knowledgeable people that I know. And I can just tell by your sentence structure and the words that you speak. I know this. I mean, it's brilliance. I get to hear Madria speak. Brilliance. You know, the conversations that we have. It's just amazing. And so I know it's so many people out here. It's really people out here in there listening to craziness. Really want to learn, really want to know, but they're afraid. And, you know, if you're afraid, because all these believers say they believe, and they say it's nothing to fear. or fear no one but God, but you're afraid to come and glean knowledge. You don't have to take my word for it. You can take the keys and search for yourself. Because the ultimate thing is to teach the babies the truth. Not let's just keep teaching them the same little stories that we grew up with. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. What does that have to do with the way I'm treated and I can't even drink water in public? Most places, you spend plenty of money in their stores, but don't you have to use the restroom? Because they'll tell you they don't have a public restroom. But you can watch someone else come in that store and they would say something to them, and next thing you know, they're escorting them in the back. And it's not for stealing. It's to allow them to use the restroom that they didn't have for you. It's real. 2023. Not me. Regina said we cannot discuss certain social, societal, and civilization truths, yet they allow the bullying and attacks on others here on this platform and others. This should tell people what really is happening. And it really should. But see, that's the part of that code of what? White supremacy racism. Because if the thing is I'm fighting for my existence and I believe that you can annihilate me, why not let you all destroy each other? Now, I don't have to do it because they truly do believe in the karmic effect. You know, we don't. We don't understand the law of reciprocity. It's a natural law. What you reap, you will sow. And it used to seem like it took years for that to happen. Not today. Sometimes it don't even take a day. Sometimes it don't even take overnight. And then you can't get excited because someone is reaping. You know, I'm not excited because everybody's being picked on and not me. I'm not excited. I say that everybody should be adult and mature. Put aside craziness and let's use this platform in a way while we have a chance, because there's going to come a time we're not going to be on the platform. We're not going to be able to do anything or say anything. And I don't care how many rights you have. We need to understand that and take advantage of this opportunity. Again, where can you go when you can just sit at a computer and talk, sing, knit, whatever it is that you do? Where can you go and make money doing that? And all it takes is you, a computer or a camera, and whatever you bring with you. Rex says, Regina M., while they keep people in the dark and fearful, they in charge. It's all in their plan. And Rex says, divide and conquer is an age-old system. That is the system. How can a few govern over many? Divided. You got to keep them divided. You know, they keep telling us about, immigration and people coming over from Mexico and people coming over from Brazil, and all of this is America. This is their land too. But they have it in our heads like it's separate. But they'll say, okay, Canada and the United States, as if they're one, although they're separate. Unless you start researching, because it's a lot of things they don't teach us. Even geographically, it's a lot of things they've changed, even the maps. But the research is there. We have the tools. That's one thing this digital is doing for us, and that's one of the reasons why they have so much that they don't want us to do digitally. But what we can do is change it around and then allow them to do what they want to do to us because we're changing it around. Even with the roasting and stuff, if they would keep it to where it's laughter and roasting and not talking about people, families, and putting out their information, nobody got on here for that. But the good guys started out. And then when people stand up for themselves, then they should just walk away and just leave it alone. And it's going to go away. It's not going to go away. There are people in this life that you can't just let it go away, because they're not going to. And especially if they're profiting off of you. If they're making money off of you, they're not going to do it. But yes, we got to be. They want us voiceless. And electronically, we are already in a virtual world. Most people today don't even know their neighbors. That is so very true. You are so true. Good night, Madria. That's so very true. Of course, we know I don't have to do anything in the AM but wake up. And I'm going to get ready to say good night as well. But that's so true. They don't know their neighbors, and guess what? They don't want to know their neighbors. And we used to be our neighbors' keepers. We used to rely on our neighbors. We used to, if you went out of town or something, your neighbors would make sure that they got your mail. They would, if you got newspapers, which they don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. But they would pick up your newspapers so it didn't look like that you weren't home. They would feed your dogs if you had dogs, big dogs that was out. They would see your children coming home. If they knew you were working late, they'd let your kids come over. And then they would even give them sandwiches or something. That's what neighbors used to do. Regina say, I am a black heterosexual female, and I am very knowledgeable about my people's history. Yet, with the continued programming, chosen celebrities across the entertainment industry to keep us ignorant. Yes, yes, yes. That's what they do. And, a lot of people on here think they're celebrities. So why won't they be the celebrity that could change it around? It doesn't take rocket science. It just takes a science, strategy, research, a plan, and then actually working that plan. It's very hard for me to believe everybody that was so excited came with the heart of the children. And now that there's so much division, no one is talking about or thinking about the children unless they're saying something derogatory or revealing a secret of someone's family. It's very disheartening. But what I realize is I'm not a savior. What I can do is my part. And I can only keep what I have by giving it away. And so we have to have these conversations in the chat. Or if ever anybody wants to come up and present something that they know, I have no problem with that. All we're trying to do is just share. Because, see, I'm an elder, and one day I'm not going to be here. And one thing that I know that is written is that we who are mature and elder should do our best to teach the young women. But these young women today, because of all of the separation of our families with the, prison system complex and with the war on drugs, they say, a lot of these children don't have half of what we had. And that's parental guidance. And grandma is old and broken down now. And she can't do it like she had to do with her children. And she might not have got to do it with her children because she was at work trying to make sure they had a place to stay. Bree said, sad reality. I grew up literally in a village. Everyone looked out for one another. We got to wake up. Time is against us. And that's so very true. And that's what it's all about, for real. For real. And Kwame had a video about the village and people abusing the kids in the village. And that was a very poignant video. And it is true. People do abuse children in the village. And that's why you have to have systems set up. And that's why you start teaching children at a young age. When they start breaking away from you, and that's at 2, you have to start teaching them body parts. You have to start teaching them on their level. You have to teach them when someone looks at you different or touch you in a way that you're not comfortable. It's all in rearing your children. It's all in conversations. Like I said, if y'all ever get a chance, please go look at the elephants on Nat Geo. It's such a beautiful story, a love story. And you know, if the elephants can do it, and we are the intellectual ones, well, there are things that are in place that's keeping us from being our best selves. But we got to get through that and say, hey, I know this might not be where I want to be, but let me see if it's a way that I can get where I want to be other than the way I'm trying or the way that I've been told. Because this here hasn't worked. And I've been in the world 64 years. I know nothing. We're not getting whipped with chains. We're not getting beheaded. But we are getting whipped. Emotional. The trauma is still here. It's never left us. Regina says, it is and will always be a fight to continue to teach. We cannot save the world, but we can keep those principalities, discipline, focus, reading, learning, research, understanding, patience, repeat, for real. And that's the truth. We're not even trying to save anybody. What we want to do is educate, and it's called, Jane Elliott has Instagram where she breaks down the word educate, and she tell you, like, she say edu, like pull out, and then something, part of the word comes from duck deuce, is, so it's to teach the ignorant and pull teach and pull you out of ignorance is what she broke it up to saying. I'm paraphrasing because you know I don't have that down right. But it was very interesting the way she told, because she said she's an educator and she gave what it is. And we received animal husband training. We didn't receive erudition, which is education, but learning truth, foundational truths. But we know them because we know there is discipline, reading, learning, research, understanding, patience, repeat. So we know that's true. So we know that we know as a people. Oh, okay. That's what that is. I see it. Yes. I tell you, looking at those stories last night, it was, absolutely beautiful. And believe it or not, before I go to sleep tonight, I'll go back and look at another elephant story and the lions. Those are two of my favorite animal families in nature, because those are two that literally stay together as families out of all the animals. They have the dogs and the hyenas, pretty much they stay together as well. But, the leopard and the tigers and the gazelles are a big herd, but they don't get together like, they don't really show them as a family. They don't show them. They may show the zebras sometimes. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you may get to see the giraffes. But everything has a purpose. Everything has a time and a season. And my thing is to, again, come here and give you what I have to give. And that's me. And I appreciate you all for coming and showing up and staying with me the whole time, engaging in conversation. It's absolutely beautiful. And y'all don't know how much y'all help me get through the craziness, no matter what. I am appreciative. I really am. And on that note, I'm going to end with our favorite song about the children. And I'm going to call it A Night. And you guys have a beautiful night. Again, thank you all for coming and staying with me. I greatly appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you guys Sunday. If y'all have an idea of something y'all want me to talk about on Sunday or whatever, you can leave it in the comments. And let's have the conversation. Elephants are the most intelligent, the most disciplined, beautiful to watch. How their family system works. Girl, you talking about, it's so beautiful, it's heartbreaking to know that we are supposedly the intelligent beings and our family dynamics are not such a way. So true. Really a parade how to love and be there for each other. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. I love watching them. I really do. I've seen that. It was just so absolutely beautiful. I tell you, it moves my heart. It really does. And these lions I was watching, and it's a family, and these brothers wanted to overthrow their dad, and they're going to end up overthrowing him. But one brother was just hard-headed, and he kept getting the brothers in trouble, and the dad kept letting them make it because he needed him. They were in the dry season, and he needed him for when the giants came. And the giants are the elephants and the hippopotamus. They rarely show the rhinoceros, but the hippopotamus, I think, have the toughest bite force of all of them. But it was absolutely beautiful. Yep, that's it. That's it. It means everything. It really does. And I guess that's why the Deltas chose the elephants. Although many Greeks that I see mainly do conferences and conventions more than I see them helping people, but they say that they help a lot of people, and I hope that that's true because I'm not Greek, so I have no clue. But maybe that's why they chose the elephant, because that is definitely a wise animal to choose. In every sense of the word, it is. Truly. They're absolutely beautiful. And like I said, when I learned that their son sticks with his mother for at least 20 years, absolutely beautiful. And most of our mothers are throwing their sons out of the house by the time their 18th birthday. And they haven't fully developed in their brain until they're at least 24 to 25 years old. Some maybe even a little longer. Absolutely fire. Thank you, ladies, so much. You guys have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful night. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all.